Pemasyuran daripada Tuan Speaker.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, pursuant to Standing Order 69(1), I have appointed the following honourable members to be members of the Standing Orders and Select Committee for this session. 1. Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Patinggi Tan Sri Dr. Abang Haji Abdul Rahman Zuhari bin Tun Datuk Abang Haji Openg. 2. Yang Berhormat Datuk Amar Douglas Ugah Ambas. 3. Yang Berhormat Datuk Amar Haji Awang Tengah Hadi Hassan. 4. Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Profesor Dr. Sim Kwi Hian. 5. Yang Berhormat Datuk John Sikitayai. And I, as Speaker, shall be Chairman of the committee. Ahli yang berhormat, I have granted leave of absence under Standing Order 81 to Yang Berhormat Datuk Hamzah bin Haji Ibrahim, Honourable Member for N17 Setakan for today's sitting. Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, saya bagi Dewan yang mulia ini ingin mengucapkan takziah kepada ahli-ahli keluarga seperti berikut. Ahli keluarga Allahyarham Tun Pihin Sri Abang Haji Muhammad Salahuddin Abang Baring yang telah meninggal dunia pada 28 Januari 2022. Allahyarham merupakan mantan Tuan Yang Utama yang di-Pertuan Negeri Sarawak. Ahli keluarga mendiang Tan Sri Datuk Amar Dr. James Jemut Masing yang telah meninggal pada 31 Oktober 2021. Mendiang merupakan timbalan Ketua Menteri Sarawak dan ahli Dewan Undangan. Ahli keluarga mendiang Datuk Simon Dapat Maja yang telah meninggal dunia pada 22 Januari 2022 yang lepas. Mendiang merupakan mantan timbalan Ketua Menteri Sarawak dan ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri Sarawak bagi kawasan Engkelili Skrang. Ahli keluarga Allahyarham Tuan Abu Seman bin Jahwi yang telah meninggal dunia pada 17 September 2021. Allahyarham merupakan mantan ahli yang berhormat Dewan Undangan Negeri bagi kawasan Jemuring. Bagi memperingati pemergian mereka, marilah kita sama-sama berdiri bertafakur selama seminit dan juga kepada dua-dua Allahyarham membaca Al-Fatihah. Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Usul daripada Menteri.
Ahli yang berhormat, I have received a motion dated 14 February 2022 from the Honourable Minister of Utilities and Communication and member for N27 Sebuyau, understanding Order 23, bracket 1, bracket A. I shall call upon the Honourable Minister of Utilities and Communication and member for N27 Sebuyau to move his motion.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, sir. Ministerial motion understanding Order 23. I beg to move the following motion. This DEWAN hereby resolves to suspend Standing Order 1, Standing Order 11, bracket 1, Standing Order 19, and any other relevant provisions in the standing orders of the DEWAN, and resolves to proceed with its business out of the regular order for the rest of the meeting as consented by the Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 11, bracket 2, Standing Order 80, bracket 1, and Standing Order 80, bracket 2. Thank you.
Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I beg to second.
Ahli yang berhormat, I shall now put the motion to the vote. I shall direct the Secretary to count the votes. Those in favor of the Honourable Minister of Utilities and Communication and member for N27 Sebuyau, those in favor of the motion, please put up your hands. Those who are against the motion, put up your hands. Ahli yang berhormat, I hereby declare that the ministerial motion in the name of the Honourable Minister of Utilities and Communication and member for N27 Sebuyau is approved. Dengan usul yang diluluskan, maka persidangan kita akan berlangsung selama 3 hari, hari semalam, Isnin, hingga hari Rabu 16 Februari 2022. Semoga kita dapat bersidang dalam suasana yang muhibah dan penuh tertib.
Kerajaan bacaan kali yang pertama. Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022. Minister of Finance and New Economy 2.
Yang Ketua, Tan Sri Speaker, I beg to introduce the Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022 and be read a first time.
Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022.
I beg to give notice that the Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022 be read a second time tomorrow, 16 February 2022.
Yang berhormat, the second reading, committee stage and third reading of Supplementary Supply 2021 Bill 2022 is set for tomorrow.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan Bacaan Kali yang Pertama, Constitution of the State of Sarawak, Amendment Bill 2022, Minister for Tourism, Creative Industry and Performing Arts, Minister for Youth, Sport and Entrepreneur Development.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I beg to introduce the Constitution of State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022 and be read a first time.
Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022.
I beg to give notice that the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022 be read a second time today.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan Bacaan Kali yang Pertama, Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022, Assistant Minister in the Chief Minister Department, Law, MA 63 and State-Federal Relation.
Beg to introduce the Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022 and be read the first time.
Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022.
I beg to give notice that the Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022 be read a second time today. Thank you.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan Bacaan Kali yang Pertama, Sego and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022, Minister for Modernisation of Agriculture and Regional Development.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce the Sego and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022 and be read the first time.
Sego and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022.
I beg to give a notice that the Sego and Nipah Development Bill 2022 be read the second time tomorrow, 16 February 2022.
Yang berhormat, the second reading, committee stage and third reading of Sego and Nipah Development Board Bill 2022 is set for tomorrow.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan Bacaan Kali yang Pertama, Sarawak Rubber Industry Board Bill 2022, Minister for Modernisation of Agriculture and Regional Development.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce the Sarawak Rubber Industry Board Bill 2022 be read a first time.
Sarawak Rubber Industry Board Bill 2022.
I beg to give notice that the Sarawak Rubber Industry Board Bill 2022 be read a second time tomorrow, 16 February 2022.
Yang berhormat, the second reading, committee stage and third reading of Sarawak Rubber Industry Board Bill 2022 is set for tomorrow.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan Bacaan Kali yang Kedua, Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022, Minister for Tourism, Creative Industry and Performing Arts, Minister for Youth, Sport and Entrepreneur Development.
Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I beg to move that the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022 to be read a second time. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, the Parliament has passed the Constitution Amendment Bill 2021 on the 14th of December 2021, which among others amended Clause 2 of Article 1 of the Federal Constitution for the purpose of restoring the original provision of Clause 2 of Article 1 of the Federal Constitution during the formation of Malaysia in 1963, except the reference to Singapore. Whereas the definition of quote, the Federation, unquote, in Clause 2 of Article 160 was amended in accordance with the spirit of the agreement relating to Malaysia, dated 9 of July 1963, and by virtue of the agreement relating to the separation of Singapore from Malaysia as an independent and sovereign state, dated the 7th of August 1965. For the information of this August House, the Yang di-Pertuan Agong has appointed 11 of February 2022 as the date on which this Constitution Amendment Act 2022, or in bracket, Act A1642, came into operation. In order to give full effect to the amendment of the Federal Constitution, it is therefore necessary that the Constitution of the State of Sarawak be amended accordingly. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, amendment to change of designation and style of quote, Chief Minister, unquote, to quote, Premier, unquote. The recent amendment to the Federal Constitution restores the spirit originally contemplated by the parties to the Malaysia Agreement 1963, OMA 63, and that is, when Sarawak agreed to be a party in the formation of Malaysia, it was intended that Sarawak retains its status as one of the three regions, namely Federation of Malaya, Sabah, and Sarawak, that form the new Federation of Malaysia. This puts Sarawak as one of the three regions and is to be regarded not with the same status as the other component states in the Federation of Malaya. The special status of Sarawak need to be reflected in the manner different from the other states in the Federation, as practiced in other Commonwealth regions, assuming similar setup with Malaysia, including Australia and Canada. The head of the Federation is styled as Prime Minister, and head of regions constituting the Federation is styled as Premier, while the other sub-regions or states are headed by Chief Ministers. Therefore, to correctly reflect the status of Sarawak as different from the other states in the Federation, it is proposed that the designation and style of Chief Minister be restyled to Premier.
amendment to change the designation of quote, assistant minister, unquote, to deputy minister. Currently, Article 7A of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak provides the designation of, quote, assistant ministers, unquote, to assist the chief minister and ministers to discharge their duties and function. In view of the responsibilities that they hold and exercise, it is therefore necessary to reflect the proper designation and style from that of assistant minister to deputy minister. Hence, it is proposed that the designation of, quote, assistant minister, unquote, be restyled as, quote, deputy minister, unquote, to better reflect their functions and responsibilities. Amendment to the interpretation of, quote, the federation, unquote. As the definition of the federation in the federal constitution was amended, that the definition of the federation, unquote, in the state constitution be accordingly amended. Presently, under the state constitution, the federation means, quote, the federation to be known on and after Malaysia Day by the name Malaysia, unquote. Whereas before the recent amendment to the definition of the federation in the federal constitution, the definition of, quote, the federation, unquote, means, quote, the federation established under the Federation of Malaya Agreement 1957, unquote. Hence, the new interpretation of the federation will be read as follows. Quote, the federation means the federation that was first established under the Federation of Malaya Agreement 1957 and further pursuant to an agreement concluded on the 9th day of July 1963 between the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Federation of Malaya, North Borneo, Sarawak, and Singapore. The Federation is called Malaysia, with the colonies of North Borneo and Sarawak and the state of Singapore federated with the existing states of the Federation of Malaya as the states of Sabah, Sarawak, and Singapore. In accordance with the constitutional instruments annexed thereto, but under and by virtue of the agreement relating to the separation of Singapore from Malaysia as an independent and sovereign state, dated the 7th day of August, 1965. Singapore has ceased to be a state of Malaysia, unquote. Therefore, to be consistent with the new interpretation of, quote, the federation, unquote, in the federal constitution, it is necessary that the definition of the federation in the state constitution be amended accordingly. I therefore call upon members of this August House to support this bill. I beg to move.
Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I beg to second.
Ahli yang berhormat, now I shall call upon honorable members of this August House to debate on the second reading of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022. Honorable Member for Dudong. He gave me notice. Yeah.
My gratitude to Yang Dipertua Tan Sri Speaker for giving me the opportunity to participate in the debate for Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022 in this August House. First of all, my congratulations as well to all the honorable state assemblymen who were entrusted with the people mandate in the recent state election. For me as well, this mandate signifies the trust and responsibility accorded by the people, which we must obey for the good of the people and our beloved state of Sarawak. Tan Sri Speaker, the state of the Sarawak is now on a better course after the Constitution Amendment Act 2022 came into force on 11 February 2022 after His Majesty the Yang Dipertuan Agong gave his royal assent on 19 January 2022. As noted, the amendment to the Federal Constitution are promised on the Malaysia Agreement 1963, MA 63. In line with the amendment to the Article 1(2) of the Federal Constitution, the position of Sabah and Sarawak are restored to Borneo State under the Federation alongside 11 states of Malaya, which is the position when the Federation of Malaysia was formed promised upon MA 63. The clearly show that the state government persistent in attending the recognition of the position as sovereignty of the Sarawak state under MA 63. The restoration of Sarawak as a Borneo state in the federal constitution means the federal government is steering to better recognition and position of Sarawak, the right of the people of Sarawak pursuant to MA 63. Now, Borneo State is truly an equal partner of the state of Malaya under the federal constitution. Sabah and Sarawak will now regard themselves as a wilaya and no longer as state. And these changes must be enhanced in our state constitution. Tan Sri Speaker, now the time has come for us to table the bill of the amendment of the State Constitution of Sarawak in the August House, where terminologies for Chief Minister should be changed to Premier or Menteri Perdana, and Assistant Minister should be restored to Deputy Minister, and Deputy Minister may, on the invitation of the Premier or Perdana Menteri, to attend a meeting of Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri under Article 6(3) of the Constitution of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022. As equal partner in the Federation, I also urge the state government to demand for decentralization of real autonomy power from the federal government to restore issues relating to citizens for stateless children or adopted children, education, security and border control, immigration and public health of the state. I would like to stress that at this moment, stateless children or adopted children, they don't have the proper document. They are having difficulty when they are finished the Form 5. They cannot go for further study, even they have a good result, even though they have 6A or 7A, they are not able to go for university. This is unfair to all these children. Following the amendment to the federal constitution, the state of Sarawak must now make the relevant amendment to the state constitution. I hope that the amendment to come will give concrete and historic benefit for the long-term future of Sarawak. Let it not be done in flippant way that will only cause losses to Sarawak instead. Let the people reap the true benefit of this amendment to the federal constitution. Therefore, I move for autonomy to be granted to the Borneo state in line with the spirit of MA 63, particularly in the exploration of petroleum, education, healthcare, and taxes, and levy to be granted to Sarawak. Mr. Speaker, according to the Article 121D of the Federal Constitution, I humbly urge the state government to consider reviewing an increase of special grant to Sarawak to have a win-win formula, including under Part 4, the increase of oil royalty from 5% to 10% is provided under Part 5 of the 10th schedule of the Federal Constitution. This additional revenue is better to the development of Sarawak state infrastructure. For a geographic aspect, Sarawak must not be restricted in its authority or autonomy power affecting citizenship, education, healthcare, and security under the federalist, and if right must be given to the state. Thus, the cabinet also need to be enlarged to additional 5 to 10 more ministers to undertake and to discharge their responsibility effectively for the benefit of the people of Sarawak. Mr. Speaker, in 1963, the Sarawak Assembly was enlarged from 24 to 36 seats to reflect the current time and circumstances to allow the State Assemblymen to properly serve the constituent and to act an effective bridge between the government and the people. The delineation must be performed periodically in accordance with the needs of the people. Sarawak has gradually increased the number of the constituency within it since 1968, with additional expansion to 48. They were further expanded to 56 seats in 1985, 62 seats in 1995, 71 seats in 2005, and finally to 82 seats in the most recent delineation in 2015. We must take in context that the Sarawak constituent, an area of 124,449 square kilometers, with our growing population and rapid development, it is time for us to review the existing numbers on the cabinet and also coming to the additional parliament seat, including the state seat, and whether it is suitable to allow our representatives to continue to take care and welfare of the people comprehensively and ensure their livelihoods are not ignored. Clearly, Sarawak is a rather unique state and one constituency could be the size of the other state. Therefore, with a greater autonomy, we should make the most effectively adjustment for the interests of the people of Sarawak. Sri Speaker, I believe that this is the direction that should be realized by Sarawak under the leadership of our young Amat Berhormat Premier in the interest of the Sarawakians as whole, not only for today, but for the future of Sarawak. Sarawak must also strive to implement those proposals towards decentralization of autonomy power by passing the proposed solution in this August House or by amending the related portion of the state constitution. This effort must be done with the objective of Sarawak first, for the benefit of the people of Sarawak. Matters involving the interests and rights of the people of Sarawak must be prioritized. Besides the economic and education field, that the young generation are interested in, including sports, must also benefit and priority to Sarawak. So too must subject involving household income, employment opportunity, and infrastructure development in Sarawak. We can no longer look towards the past, but forego a new future aggressively for the good and progress of our beloved Sarawak. Sri Speaker, last but not least, I beg to support the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022. Thank you.
Member for Kota Sentosa. Member for Padungan. We are so used to you as Kota Sentosa. It becomes nature. So, Member for Kota Sentosa.
Okay. Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I speak in support of this amendment bill. This bill, which provides for the amendment to the Constitution of the State of Sarawak, reflects the resolve, determination, and commitment of the Sarawak GPS government under the progressive leadership and far-sighted vision of our current Chief Minister to legally and systematically take back Sarawak's rights, interests, and privileges under the Federal Constitution and Malaysia Agreement 1963. This amendment bill is consequential to the recent successful amendments initiated by another GPS federal law minister to 4 articles of the Federal Constitution relating to the rights, privileges, and interests of Sabah and Sarawak, which was passed on the 14th of December 2021 and which came into force on the 11th of February 2022 after the Yang di-Pertuan Agong had consented to the enforcement of the amendments to the 4 articles. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, through the successful and recent amendment of Clause 2 of Article 1 of the Federal Constitution and Clause 2 of Article 160 of the Federal Constitution, the spirit and conditions for the formation of Malaysia by 4 independent and sovereign countries, namely Federation of Malaysia States, Sabah, Sarawak, and Singapore, under the Malaysia Agreement 1963, is now given full force of law. With the successful passing into law of the amendment of Article 1(2) and Article 162 of the Federal Constitution, Malaysia Agreement 1963 is now entrenched in the Federal Constitution, and other documents like the Intergovernmental Committee IGC report can now be used as the basic and fundamental reference of the rights, interests, and privileges of Sarawak within the Federation of Malaysia. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, while Pakatan Harapan, which includes DAP Sarawak, have failed in their manifesto promises to Sarawakians, it is now clear beyond any doubt that the Sarawak GPS government have successfully fulfilled its promise and commitment to all Sarawakians for the inclusion of Malaysia Agreement 1963 into the Federal Constitution to strengthen and cement the position of Sabah and Sarawak as equal partners with the states of Malaya. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, Section 2 of this amendment bill seeks to amend Article 6(3) of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak by substituting Chief Minister to Premier. Section 5 of the amendment bill seeks to amend Article 44 of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak with a new, concise, and accurate interpretation of the formation of the Federation of Malaysia through Malaysia Agreement 1963. This amendment gives legal and constitutional status to Malaysia Agreement 1963, which solidify the status of Sabah and Sarawak as equal partners with the Federation of Malaya States, which is consistent with the recent amendments of Article 1(2) and Article 160(2) of the Federal Constitution. With the amendment of Article 44 of the Sarawak Constitution, we would have a clear definition of the standing of the states of Malaya to the Federation in the Federation of Malaya, which status is clearly different and lower than the status of Sarawak. This amendment restores our dignity as a sovereign state and affirms our place as equal partners with Malaya in the formation of Malaysia. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, the states forming the Federation of Malaya, namely Johor, Kedah, Kelantan, Melaka, Negeri Sembilan, Pahang, Perak, Perlis, Penang, Selangor, and Terengganu, have chief ministers. But we have to be very clear that Sarawak, as a sovereign state during the formation of Malaysia on the 16th of September 1963, is unique and different from the states forming the Federation of Malaya. For example, in Canada, a premier is the head of government of a province or territory. Though the word is merely a synonym for prime minister, it is employed for provincial prime ministers to differentiate them from the Prime Minister of Canada. In Australia, the leader of a state government is called the Premier. It is therefore of legal importance for Sarawak to distinguish and manifest her status as an equal partner with the Federation of Malaya by distinguishing the head of government through the designation of Premier to differentiate from the chief ministers in the states of Malaya, namely Johor, Kedah, Kelantan, Melaka, Negeri Sembilan, Pahang, Perak, Perlis, Penang, Selangor, and Terengganu. It is therefore imperative that we must give form to the substance of the relationship status of Sarawak with the Federation of Malaya and it starts with a change of name or designation of our head of government from Chief Minister to Premier. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, in conclusion, I fully support this bill for the amendment of Article (6) of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak to redesignate the post of Chief Minister to Premier, and Article 44 of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak with a new, concise and accurate interpretation of the formation of Malaysia through Malaysia Agreement 1963, which is consistent with Article 160(2) of the Federal Constitution. Both amendments are most appropriate at this juncture by virtue of the recent amendments to the Federal Constitution, as it goes a long way to differentiate and distinguish the relationship status of Sabah and Sarawak as equal partners with Malaya in the formation of Malaysia. Lastly, with this amendment, it would form the basis and would be a foundation for the legislation of future laws in respect of our rights and interests in Malaysia. Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker.
Now I call upon the current member for Padungan, who is the former member for Kota Sentosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although I have not indicated that I would like to debate, but you have rightly presumed that I would like to debate, participate in a debate on this constitutional amendment bill. Just to start with, I think there's some abnormality in the proceedings, in that normally, after the general elections, the first sitting would be started by the officiating by the TYT and the TYT's address. I've been here since 2006, gone through 4 elections. In the past 3 elections, all the first sitting were started with the TYT's address. The TYT's address is a policy address that outlines the government's direction, the government's policy for that year or for the next 5 years, for the term which they are elected. That is the mandate that the people has given during the general election. But this time, that's what I call abnormality, where after the general election, where the GPS has won big time, and here I would like to congratulate Yang Berhormat from Gedong, the Right Honourable Chief Minister, that he has led GPS to a huge victory in the last state election. But after that elections, I'm surprised that we only have a 3-day sitting to start with, and that there's no royal address outlining the direction and general policy and how this government is going to help the people uplift Sarawak and bring development. No, it did not start with that. It did not start with that, but it started with this amendment bill.
Member for
Yes.
Padungan, the DEWAN had considered this, and you cannot reopen it under Standing Order 32.
I know.
Bracket 3.
Mr. Speaker, the
Now,
DEWAN has just...
Before we started this, you should have raised your objection.
I did object by raising my hand, but Mr. Speaker, you did not open the motion for debate. I did object, but never mind, Mr. Speaker, this is my observation before I go into the debate on the amendment bill. You see, the plight of the people, I sympathize with Yang Bromak from Dudong. Yang Bromak from Dudong, he has to bring out the plight of the people, the stateless children. The stateless children, the plight of the people, by squeezing through this bill. In fact, if...
Okay, I
Mr.
allow
Speaker.
you, I allow you later on to participate on the amendment, constitutional amendment bill. Let me reply to you about this sitting where you said it should be first be done by the opening address by the governor. So let me respond to you first. Then I allow you.
Wouldn't you want the minister to respond? I believe the minister is more than capable to respond.
No, let me respond.
Okay, all right.
The state government had informed and communicated with Secretary of the DEWAN the business of each sitting for 3 days pursuant to Standing Order 11(1). The notification by the state government effectively suspends Standing Order 1, which you were talking about just now, the address by TYT. Standing Order 11(1) suspends it. Standing Order 11(1) reads, unless the DEWAN otherwise directs, the business of each sitting shall be transacted in the following manner, as stated in Standing Order 11(1). And this order has been laid on the table as the order of each, the order of the day of each sitting. Standing Order 11(2) reads, the DEWAN may at any time upon a motion to be moved by a minister to be decided without amendment or debate, which may be made without notice and shall take precedence over all other businesses, decided to proceed with any particular business out of the regular order. Under Standing Order 21(4) of the State Constitution, the DEWAN shall be summoned not on a date not later than 120 days from the date of dissolution. Therefore, we have to meet before 3rd of March. By an order dated 7 February 2022, Tuan Yang Terutama Yang di-Pertuan Negeri had summoned the DEWAN to meet on 14 February 2022 at 9 a.m. This order had been read out by the Secretary on the 14th of February 2022 yesterday. This inevitably compels the state government to come up with what is utmost necessary and indispensable with what is necessary and curtail the rigors of a full-fledged meeting with all its paraphernalia. Standing Order 12. Standing Order 12(1). On each sitting day, the government business shall take precedence over private members' business. Standing Order 12(2). Government business shall be set down in such order as the government thinks fit and communicate to the Secretary. Standing Order 12(6), subject to paragraph 2, the order of business to be tabled at each sitting shall be determined by the Speaker. Standing Order 80(1), except with the consent of the Speaker, the DEWAN shall not proceed upon any bill, amendment, motion or petition, which in the opinion of the Speaker would suspend these standing orders or any of them. Standing Order 80(2), a motion, the subject of which may be to suspend any standing order, shall not be proposed except after giving 24 hours notice or with the consent of the Speaker. Standing Order 86, the decision of the Speaker on any point of interpretation of these standing orders or upon any matter of practice shall, subject to a substantive motion for the purpose, be final, and the Speaker may from time to time issue the ruling thereon. Standing Order 87, where in the making of any decision there has been a failure or omission on the part of the DEWAN or any committee thereof to comply with any provision of these standing orders in any proceeding leading to a decision, such failure or omission shall not nullify or invalidate such proceeding or the decision resulting therefrom, unless the DEWAN or the committee otherwise provides. So Standing Order 80, bracket 1, suspends the Standing Order 1. So there is no debate, no amendment. You can proceed with the debate on the Constitution amendment. That is my ruling. There is no debate or amendment.
No debate for amendment?
Yeah. On the point you raised.
I see. But generally, there's a rule of thumb that, the Speaker doesn't speak. So
the Speaker speaks on point of rule,
I'll
interpretation.
I'll yes. Mr. Speaker, on the restoration of the position of Sarawak to the 1963 position pursuant to the amendment of the Federal Constitution. On this issue, I would like to put on record that it is with the consent, agreement, and support of the Pakatan Harapan and the oppositions in the Parliament, Federal Parliament, that such amendment to the Federal Constitution can get through. The government bloc in Parliament consists at most 115 members out of 222. For any constitutional amendment to be approved by the Parliament, i.e. the Dewan Rakyat, you need 2/3 majority. Therefore, it is not entirely correct on the part of on the claim of member for Kota Sentosa that it is by the sole credit or effort of the member of the GPS or the minister of the GPS to get it through the Federal Constitution Amendment restoring Sarawak's position to the 1963. So therefore, I would like to put on record that we, the opposition, the Pakatan Harapan, when it comes to the interests of Sarawak, we are in full support of whatever policies or bills that is proposed both in this House and in Parliament. Just to reply to what was mentioned by Honourable Minister when he tabled the bill to justify the change of the title from Chief Minister to Premier, whereby he says that because of the restoration of the position of Sarawak to 1963, therefore there is a need for the change of the title of the Chief Minister to Premier. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be a justification, because at the time when we joined to form Malaysia in 1963, at that time, the Constitution of Sarawak mentioned or provide that the leader of the government should be the chief minister. At that time, the drafter of our constitution did not call the chief minister the premier. They used the word chief minister. Therefore, it cannot be a justification that just because we have restored now to the position of 1963, therefore the title of CM must be changed to premier. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I would like to question the Honourable Minister on the word premier. Premier. What is the translation in Bahasa Malaysia for the word premier? It seems that there is a confusion not only amongst us here or amongst the people and even the media. There's some confusion in the terms of premier in Bahasa Malaysia language. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to highlight to this House, Berita Harian call premier the Perdana Menteri of Sarawak. Malaysia kini also use the word Perdana Menteri. Mr. Speaker, we have UCAS, Unit Komunikasi, the official unit komunikasi for the state government. And for a matter that is so important as to change the title of the chief minister to premier, don't tell me that the UCAS or the official communication unit of the state has not come up with a standardized official title in Bahasa Malaysia. Bearing in mind that Bahasa Malaysia is one of the two official language for Sarawak.
Are you taking?
Yes, never mind.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Member for Padungan. My question is, do you want Sarawak to have a better status, commendable with what we have achieved today, premier, or do you want us to remain as CM? Thank you, Dato' Ahmad Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what he's asking. Seriously, I'm sure many of you don't understand what he is asking. All right. So my question is, what is the official title in Bahasa Malaysia on the word premier? So as not to cause confusion amongst the people. Just to answer, just to maybe share with member for Batu Kitang. When you raise point of clarification, raise it in relation to the point that was spoken at that time, not suddenly out of the tangent and asking something else off the tangent. All right? So, Mr. Speaker, some of the media has reported the word premier as Perdana Menteri. Yes, Dudong seeking clarification.
Yang Berhormat Berlungan, do you agree that today our DEWAN is giving the suggestion, Chief Minister change it to Premier? Is it good or not? You should come up with some suggestion what we should call Premier. As just now I have mentioned, we do it at Menteri Perdana. Whether do you agree? I think once you agree, you cast in our Sarawak, then they can follow the House of August to spell out to everybody. Do you agree that?
Batu Kitang, that question from Dudong is a more relevant question on point of clarification. Learn from Dudong. Although Dudong is the first term here, it is a more relevant point of clarification. So, Batu Kitang, learn from Dudong. Yeah, I take that question, Mr. Speaker. But this is the first time that it has come to my notice that it has come to my notice that the UCAS will only issue a statement or a position when I agree to that position. That is something that I've never known. Because what the Dudong is suggesting is that if I agree, then the UCAS will come up with an official title to that premier. It should be the chief minister who dictates and the government of the day who dictates what term to be used. It's not me who dictates. Are you giving me that power to determine or dictate what the UCAS should say or should not say? Dudong is asking for further clarification. I'm open to that.
Badungan, just now, Yang Brahmat, Badungan, I have been highlighted. We are today discussing on the bill. So we are we are supporting the Sarawak to be a premier. The chief minister changed it to the premier. So we are debating in the house here. I say on the house in the August House, everybody agree. Not only Badungan agree. Badungan agree cannot carry as a law. Do you agree?
My question is, Dudong, you please listen carefully. All right. My question is that, what is the official term for premier in Bahasa Malaysia? I would like the Honourable Minister who has tabled the bill to highlight, to enlighten this DEWAN so as not to cause confusion.
Okay,
to the question,
you can move to
all right. As
point.
to the question whether I support this bill so far as in relation to the change of the title from CM to Premier, I will come to that later. I'll come to that later. Please be patient. All right, Honourable Member for Dudong. But I noticed a very refined Dudong in this Dun as compared to the Kong Kali Kong in Parliament. There is something interesting, Dudong. Congratulations. Okay, never mind. All right, Mr. Speaker, the next point. The word premier. The word premier is nowhere to be found in our federal constitution, Mr. Speaker. All right, although we changed our state constitution to give the title of CM as premier, but the word premier is nowhere to be found in the federal constitution. And yesterday when we angkat sumpah, when we make our oath, we took off saying that we have to memelihara Perlembagaan Negeri Sarawak and Perlembagaan Persekutuan.
Member for Badungan, I don't wish to say this, but because you keep being persistent on the word premier, no such equivalent in the Malay dictionary or what, I am compelled to tell you, even the word prime minister is not an English word. It comes from Latin, primus inter pares. They borrow it. There is nothing wrong. One language borrowing from another. From Latin, from Greek, from French, they all borrow from each other. There is no need for you to be so persistent on this. So you move on to another point.
Mr. Speaker, I have moved on to next question on the constitutionality of this amendment.
Okay.
All right. On the word about premier in Bahasa, I think yeah, we can copy words from other languages. All right. But there must be an official stand of the government. What is the official word in Bahasa Malaysia for the word premier? If you want to call it a premier in Bahasa Malaysia, yes, so be it. All right, so be it. But you must make a stand. But not confusing the people to say that this is Perdana Menteri or some use the word premier. All right. So that was my second point. My third point now is the word premier is nowhere to be found in the federal constitution. And federal constitution on many occasions, in many provisions, does provide for the power of the power or the duty, responsibility of the chief minister, Ketua Menteri. Ketua Menteri. So by unilaterally changing this word, Ketua Menteri or chief minister, to the word premier, is it not a contradiction to the federal constitution? And more so, if the word Perdana Menteri is to be used as a description of the premier in Bahasa Malaysia, then it will be a direct contradiction of the federal constitution. Mr. Speaker, in federal constitution, here is what it says. Article 43, bracket 2. The cabinet shall be appointed as follows, that is to say, A, the Yang di-Pertuan Agong shall first appoint as Perdana Menteri, bracket, Prime Minister, close bracket, to preside over the cabinet a member of the House of Representatives who in his judgment is likely to command the confidence of the majority of the members of that House. That word Perdana Menteri was used specifically for the position of Prime Minister of Malaysia. So if the state government were to use the Perdana Menteri word for Sarawak, or misleading the media to call the chief minister the Perdana Menteri, that would be in contradiction to the provision of the Constitution. All right, Mr. Speaker, for the change of the title from chief minister to premier, despite the fact that premier, the word premier, is not found in the federal constitution, bearing in mind that if there is any contradiction between the federal law and the state law, the federal law shall prevail and state law shall be null and void insofar as the contradiction between the federal and the state law. So, having said that, although the word premier is not found anywhere in the federal constitution, whereby the position of the premier or the chief minister is provided in the federal constitution, I think maybe a saving grace for this change of title can be found in Article 160 of the federal constitution. That is where it says, Article 160 of the federal constitution is on the interpretation of the federal constitution, whereby it says here, quote, chief minister, unquote, and, quote, Menteri Besar, unquote, both mean the president, by whatever style norm, of the executive council of a state. All right? An executive council of a state means, also in this Article 160, that the cabinet or other body, however called, which in the government of a state corresponds, whether or not the members of it are ministers to the cabinet of ministers in the government of the federation. So, basically, I think the saving grace can be found in Article 160, whereby the president of the executive council of a state, right, by whatever name Now you can even, right, Honorable Chief Minister, you can even call yourself the President of Sarawak. It may give more prominence or importance to the name. But anyway, but you see, by whatever name it was known, that is the word. And that says what, Mr. Speaker? It says that whether you call yourself a chief minister, whether you call yourself a president or a premier, basically they are the same thing under the Constitution. There's no change in your position or no change in your power vis-a-vis the federal. Basically, you are still regarded as a chief minister under the Constitution. You can call yourself whatever names you want, but you are still a chief minister when you step out of Sarawak. That's what we call building your car in your own house, oblivious of or disregarding the outside environment. In Chinese word, it's called 闭门造车. 闭门造车. You just shut yourself within the compound of your house and say, I will call myself the premier, I'll call myself the president, or whatever names. But once you step outside of Sarawak, you are just regarded as the same a chief minister or a menteri besar. It adds no additional weight or gives no additional status to the position. That is why, to answer the question posed by Dudong, whether we support this bill or not, I see this bill as this amendment here, changing the title of the CM to Premier, as a redundant provision, a redundant amendment which serves no practical purpose. We can support if there is at least some amendment to the federal constitution or agreement obtained by the state government from the federal government that the federal constitution will be amended whereby the premier will be given additional power. The premier, the status, will be additional above that of chief minister or menteri besar. Then we can support, but as it stands now.
Member for Padungan, I'm just curious. When David Marshall was head of executive of Singapore, he called himself chief minister. Then Lee Kuan Yew called himself prime minister. Any difference or not?
May I get a question?
When David Marshall was chief executive of Singapore, he called himself chief minister. When it's Lee Kuan Yew, it is prime minister. Any difference?
And then?
They are all within Singapore, as you said.
Yes. Yeah. So what relevance has that? What justification has that to give to Sarawak?
You are saying the prime minister of Singapore in Malaysia has no impact. He's only within Singapore.
You see, the impact is not the title, Mr. Speaker. The impact is on Schedule 9 of the Federal Constitution, whereby there are specific powers under that schedule given to Singapore, Sabah, Sarawak, and the other states in West Malaysia. So the specific, the practical impact is provided in Schedule 9 of the Federal Constitution, not the title. The title itself will serve no purpose, and therefore we cannot support an amendment to a constitution whereby it serves no purpose.
Do you stand
practical purpose, and it is a form of 闭门造车.
Do you stand on record, member for Persidangan, that after this change of title, Sarawak's power will not be increased by any way, not even by an iota. It will not increase at all.
Mr. Speaker,
are you committed to this?
The Sarawak's power is provided in the Schedule 9, as I said. Unless Schedule 9 is amended,
That's right.
The change in the title of this CM to Premier does not affect and will not affect the power of the state. Dudong, you want to ask some more question? Yeah, sure.
No, I don't want an altercation. I think either you continue or move to the next point. I don't want any altercation. And please address the chair. Yeah. You can move to another point. I don't want an altercation between members. Yeah.
Okay. So in short, this attempt to change the title of the CM from Chief Minister to Premier is basically a shock sendiri exercise, which the Shakespeare has said it, much ado about nothing. Much ado about nothing. With that, how can we support? I would expect, Mr. Speaker, after having won 76 out of 82 constituencies, the state government will outline the timeline as to how to get more autonomy for the state. And that, as I mentioned just now, will be more on Schedule 9. Schedule 9 of Federal Constitution. But instead, I'm disappointed here today to see that instead of getting more power for the state, instead of allowing us to speak out, setting the agenda of this meeting to speak out the plights of the people, the expectation of people, here we have something, the first bill after the elections, something to satisfy the ego of the state government by changing the title from CM to Premier, as if that will give more importance and prominence to the position, which I mentioned just now. It has no any added practical value to the position. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we cannot support such a bill which is redundant, which serves no practical purpose. But as regards the other provisions of the bill, like assistant minister change to deputy minister, that I can support. As regard the definition, the clause 5, which clause 5B, which provide or change the definition of the federation so that it's in line with the recently amended federal constitution, we can support. But for the change of the title of Chief Minister to Premier, without any indication of any proposed amendment to the federal constitution on the status, protocol, and power of a Premier vis-a-vis Chief Minister or Menteri Besar, I see this as a redundant exercise, and that we cannot support. With that note, I thank you once again, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak for the first time as Padungan. Thank you.
Ali Muhammad, we have a short break. Sitting resumes at 11 a.m. Honorable Member for Tamin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to debate Ministerial Motion Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate Honorable Minister Dato Sri Karim Hamzah and the State Assemblyman for Asia Jaya for his courage to table this motion. I have confidence once this bill is passed in the August House, this will be a milestone to the status and restore Sarawak right once of the region in Malaysia as stipulated in Malaysia Agreement 1963. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate honorable member in this August House for the winning in a PRN 12 on the 18th December 2021, especially to the GPS party, under the leadership of our beloved Yang Amat Berhormat Chief Minister Datuk Petinggi Tan Sri Abang Johari Tun Haji Uping. GPS contested 82 seats and won 76 seats. This is clear indication that rakyat Sarawak putting their trust and confidence on the GPS to continue rule the Sarawak government. Sarawak First slogan, mottoed by GPS government, really touched anak Sarawak heart. We want our own people to manage Sarawak, not the people from outside Sarawak. For we know better about our own country, the need, and we are able to determine our own destiny. This translated during the PRN 12 when the rakyat Sarawak decided and voted GPS party to rule the Sarawak government. Thank you, rakyat Sarawak, for your trust and mandate is given to GPS. Mr. Speaker, here I would like to congratulate Honorable Datuk Sri Wan Junidi Tunku Japar, Minister of Law of Malaysia, for table the bill to amend the Federal Constitution in line with the Malaysia Agreement MA63. The amendment to the Constitution has passed in Dewan Rakyat and Dewan Negara in December 2021 with more than two-thirds majority vote. The amendment removed the list of the state of the Federation, Clause 2 of Article 1, the definition of the Federation and the new definition of Malaysia Day, and Clause 2 of Article 160. The amendment State of Federation comprised, number 1, the State of Malaya, namely Johor, Kedah, Kelantan, Perak, Melaka, Negeri Sembilan, Pahang, Perlis, Penang, Selangor, and Terengganu. The number 2, the State of Borneo, namely Sabah and Sarawak. Therefore, this amendment, Sabah and Sarawak, are not the same status with the state and Malaya. In other words, Malaysia consists of 3 regions, namely Peninsula Malaysia, Sabah, and Sarawak. Tuan Speaker, the amendment of the state constitution is in the right time. We, head of the government in Sarawak or Sabah, do not hold the same status, head of government and state in Malaya. For example, Penang Chief Minister and Menteri Besar Selangor is totally different compared to the status head of Sarawak government, because Sarawak is one region in Malaysia. Mr. Speaker, this bill is proposed for amendment to Article 6(3) and Article 7A and Constitution of the State of Sarawak, whereby Chief Minister who will also be co-premier, while Assistant Minister should be called Deputy Minister respectively. Tuan Speaker, I refer to Collins Dictionary to the meanings of the word head of government. It stated 3 different meanings. Number 1, the leader of government is called Prime Minister. For example, this is Prime Minister of Malaysia. The leader of the state or region is called Premier. The leader of territory or state is called Chief Minister. In Federal Constitution, Sarawak is one of the regions in Malaysia. Therefore, head of Sarawak government should be called as a Premier instead of Chief Minister. On the amendment of the word Assistant Minister to Deputy Minister, by referring to the definition of deputy, a person who is appointed to undertake the duties of the superior in the superior absence, while Assistant Minister, more often in associate, who directly execute the responsibilities than delegating them. Therefore, it's more appropriate that Assistant Minister should be called Deputy Minister, because the job is to undertake duties of the Minister in the absence of the Minister. Tan Sri Speaker, since the Sarawak one the region in Malaysia, we should do amend to the State of Sarawak Constitution for the Dewan Undangan Negeri should be called as Dewan Parlimen Sarawak. And member of the State Assembly should be called a member of Sarawak Parliament. I wish for this similar bill will be tabled in this August House in the future. Mr. Speaker, with the amendment of this bill, I believe this will strengthen the position of Sarawak in Malaysia. Sarawak should bargain more autonomies, such as bigger allocation from federal government, education, and health. With the Sarawak First slogan, I believe all Sarawakians putting hard hope for everyone to be inclusiveness and given equal opportunity in whatever field. I have the confidence Sarawak able to achieve developed state by year 2030 under the leadership of our Premier Yang Amat Berhormat Abang Jo. Therefore, Tuan Speaker, I am giving my full support to the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Bill 2022. Thank you.
Member for Tupong.
Terima kasih, Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate on the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022. Pertamanya, saya ingin mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi tahniah kepada Tan Sri Speaker di atas pengundian Darjah Panglima Setia Mahkota yang membawa gelaran Tan Sri. Selayaknya Tan Sri menerima penganugerahan tersebut. I'm going to start my debate today, Tan Sri Speaker, same as from the members of Padungan. I've noticed some abnormalities as well in this August House today. I've been in this August House since 2016. And before this, I saw a lot of members from DAP inside this August House. But Tan Sri Speaker does not need to explain to me why these abnormalities occur. Because through the process of election, the people have chosen already and they've decided only 2 DAP members selayak-layaknya berada dalam Dewan yang mulia ini. Okay. Dan keduanya, I would like to thank DAP for their support of the amendment of our federal constitution, because that is the only thing that they can do to support. When they were in the government for 22 months, they couldn't even do anything to amend the federal constitution, because it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of commitment to ensure that this amendment will be passed, which they don't have that capability. When they were in the PH government for 22 months, they can only support. Sebab itulah mereka sentiasa berada di sebelah pihak pembangkang. Jadi terima kasih jugalah kerana menyokong kelulusan amendment bill tersebut. And he was mentioning, commending Dudung on the refined character of Dudung. Saya pertama kali melihat Dudung di dalam Dewan yang mulia ini. Tetapi saya melihat dulunya Kota Sentosa, tetapi Padungan perangainya masih sama juga seperti dulu. Which is twisting the facts, sentiasa melihat kepada untuk memastikan fakta itu diputar belit beliau. Jadi beliau mengatakan bermacam-macam. The Schedule 9 haruslah dipinda, barulah ia memberi makna kepada apa yang hendak kita bahaskan pada hari ini. Hanyalah giajaknya, hanya memberi pandangan tetapi tidak tahu untuk melaksanakannya. Tidak seperti kerajaan GPS yang bertungkus lumus, walking the talk dan memastikan hak kita sentiasa kita perjuangkan. Itulah GPS, itulah bezanya kita dengan mereka, dan rakyat Sarawak telah faham tentang perkara ini, maka sebab itulah kemenangan yang besar telah diberikan kepada GPS pada pilihan raya negeri yang lepas. Jadi, Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Speaker, saya merasa amat bangga sekali kerana turut terlibat dalam peristiwa yang begitu bersejarah sekali bagi Sarawak. Satu demi persatu, hak-hak Sarawak telah berjaya kita kembalikan sejajar dengan perlembagaan dan undang-undang. Kalau kita masih ingat lagi, perjuangan kita bermula sejak tahun 2014 lagi di bawah Allahyarham Tok Nan, dan diperkukuhkan lagi usaha ini dengan idea, usaha dan strategi CM Datuk Abang Jo kita. Ketika itu, 2014, kita masih bersama-sama dengan Kerajaan Persekutuan BN, tetapi dengan cabaran kita sendiri. Dan apabila pertukaran Kerajaan Persekutuan PH dengan cabaran yang berbeza pula, begitu juga dalam Kerajaan Persekutuan PN, timbul pula cabaran-cabaran yang lain. Tetapi yang pasti, yang tetap sama dan tidak pernah berganjak seinci pun adalah perjuangan kita untuk mengembalikan hak Sarawak. Kerana perjuangan GPS jelas, iaitu untuk memperjuangkan hak Sarawak. Hanya Parti Sarawak sahaja yang faham keperluan rakyat Sarawak. Ini terbukti seperti yang telah saya nyatakan tadi dalam kemenangan besar GPS. Dan GPS juga sedar bahawa ini adalah pengharapan yang tinggi dari rakyat Sarawak dan ianya akan menjadi suntikan semangat untuk kita bekerja dengan lebih kuat lagi. Malah parti pembangkang dari Semenanjung juga ditolak dan parti pembangkang dari Sarawak pula mendapat tempat berbanding dengan parti pembangkang dari Semenanjung. Walaupun mereka pembangkang, sekurang-kurangnya mereka bukanlah di bawah telunjuk bos mereka di Semenanjung. Tahniah kepada Bawang Asan yang telah I assume menjadi ketua pembangkang. Maybe he'll do a better job, thus becoming the quality opposition that we need in this August House. Tidak seperti yang sebelum ini. Jadi berbalik kepada perjuangan hak Sarawak ini, ia bukanlah satu tugas yang mudah. Ia memerlukan kegigihan, penelitian, penyelidikan dan keberanian. Laungan retorik semata-mata tidak akan dapat menjanjikan kejayaan. Jadi Tan Sri Speaker, pada tahun 2017, Yang Amat Berhormat CM Datuk Abang Jo telah mengarahkan rombongan yang diketuai oleh Yang Berhormat Datuk Sharifah Hasidah Syed Aman Ghazali, Menteri Muda Undang-Undang kita ke London. Bersama-sama dengan beliau, Yang Berhormat Datuk Gerawat Gala dan juga Penasihat Undang-Undang Kerajaan Sarawak. Misi untuk mencari fakta, maklumat dan dokumen yang berasal daripada Sarawak sebelum penubuhan Malaysia. Dulu dokumen ini berstatus rahsia, hinggalah baru-baru ini hanya dapat diakses apabila ianya di-declassified dan disimpan di British National Archive. Jadi dokumen-dokumen yang diperolehi, fakta seperti minit mesyuarat, IGC report ataupun memo-memo, ianya menjadi panduan dalam membentuk the IGC report itself. Objektif dan rujukan kepada penggubalan Sarawak, Alteration of Boundaries Order 1954 by the Queen in Council yang merangkumi continental shelf kita. Itu juga maklumat yang kita dapat. Kertas Kabinet Kerajaan British tentang laporan Suruhanjaya Cobalt dan pandangan terhadap kemerdekaan Sarawak dari koloni untuk membentuk Malaysia. Itu juga yang telah kita jumpai. Jadi maklumat-maklumat ini kita gunakan dalam rundingan kita di pelbagai peringkat rundingan MA63. Tetapi seperti biasa, pelbagai kecaman yang kita terima daripada pihak pembangkang seperti yang telah beliau lakukan pagi tadi, itu adalah biasa. Segala usaha-usaha kita will be ridiculed by them. But telah terbukti sebelum ini apa yang kita lakukan telah membuahkan hasil. Seperti yang saya nyatakan, antara kecaman yang kita terima daripada itu mengatakan satu pembaziran, sandiwara, mendakwa kita bermain dengan sentimen anti-Malaysia. Tetapi kerajaan GPS tetap fokus dalam perjuangan kita untuk memperjuangkan hak Sarawak sejajar dan selari dengan undang-undang. Jadi fokus kita ini telah berjaya mendatangkan hasil. Antaranya, kejayaan Kerajaan Persekutuan mengiktirafkan Oil and Mining Ordinance 1958 memberi kuasa kepada kita untuk memberi hak kepada mana-mana syarikat minyak yang hendak beroperasi di Sarawak. Cukai tambahan yang dibenarkan Sarawak, di mana kita menggunakan cukai terhadap jualan produk petroleum yang dikeluarkan di Sarawak. Dan juga dalam MA63 juga mengadakan jika hak Sarawak yang tertera dalam IGC report itu tidak termasuk dalam perlembagaan Malaysia, kita berhak untuk menuntut hak tersebut. I quote, Article 8 MA63, the Government of Federation of Malaya, North Borneo and Sarawak will take such legislative, executive and other actions as may be required to implement the assurances, undertakings and recommendations contained in the IGC, in the report, which means the IGC report, so far as they are not implemented by the provision of Constitution of Malaysia. Ini adalah satu aspek di mana kita dapat menguatkuasakan sesuatu yang tidak terletak dalam Constitution of Malaysia. Tadi Yang Berhormat Padungan mengatakan Premier tidak terdapat dalam perlembagaan Malaysia. Di sini dalam MA63 yang kita perjuangkan jelas mengatakan bahawa we have avenues untuk memastikan apa yang kita hajatkan dapat kita perjuangkan. Selain daripada itu, kita sedia maklum Parlimen baru-baru ini telah meluluskan pindaan perlembagaan dalam perkara 1 Fasal 2 dan perkara 160 yang mengatakan negeri-negeri persekutuan terdiri daripada A, negeri-negeri Tanah Melayu iaitu Johor, Kedah, Kelantan, Melaka, Negeri Sembilan, Pahang, Perak, Perlis, Penang, Selangor dan Terengganu, dan B, negeri-negeri Borneo iaitu Sabah dan Sarawak. Inilah perjuangan kita untuk memastikan hak Sarawak terpelihara, untuk memastikan kita adil. Adil bermaksud meletakkan sesuatu betul pada tempatnya. 3 pihak iaitu Sabah, Sarawak dan Tanah Melayu membentuk Malaysia dan adalah adil untuk menguatkuasakan semangat pembentukan tersebut. Adakah ianya adil jika peruntukan negara dibahagikan sama rata dengan mengiktiraf Sarawak hanya salah satu dari negeri dalam Malaysia? Mantan Menteri Keuangan sama parti dengan Padungan pada tahun 2019 dalam ucapan Belanjawan 2020 mengumumkan akan memberi Sarawak geran hanya 32 juta. Apakah formula yang digunakan oleh beliau? Itu menjadi persoalan kita. Adakah formula itu merupakan pembahagian mengambil kira Sarawak sebagai salah satu daripada 3 partner ataupun salah satu daripada 13 negeri? Jadi itu menjadi persoalan kita. Perenggan ke-34 laporan IGC mengatakan adalah mandatory Sarawak dan Sabah mempunyai wakil dalam LHDN. Tetapi hingga ke hari ini, tiada pun wakil daripada Sabah dan Sarawak. Saya rasa sudah tiba masanya untuk kita mempunyai wakil dalam LHDN agar kita tahu berapakah sebenarnya pendapatan negara, barulah kita dapat mengolah formula untuk pembahagian pendapatan tersebut berdasarkan semangat pembentukan Malaysia. Adakah? Okay. Let me finish. Okay.
Itu pun sebut tadi, grant yang diperuntukkan oleh mantan Menteri Kewangan adalah 32 juta. Adakah itu menuju kepada peruntukan di bawah artikel 121D Perlembagaan Persekutuan? Dan sebelum peruntukan itu diperuntukkan oleh Menteri Kewangan sebanyak 32 juta itu, di bawah pemerintahan Barisan Nasional selama beberapa dekad, peruntukan grant di bawah artikel 121D itu hanya 16 juta. Oleh itu, bukankah di bawah Pakatan Harapan sekurang-kurangnya peruntukan di bawah artikel 121D itu telah ditambah mengikut semangat MSCC3. Padahal di bawah Barisan Nasional perkara ini langsung diabaikan. Apakah pandangan Yang Berhormat?
Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Padungan. Itulah standard daripada DAP untuk melihat apa yang boleh kita terima selayak-layaknya. Kita sentiasa menerima komen-komen tentang dolok nak molah, kena je dolok nak molah. Sama seperti yang dilontarkan oleh Yang Berhormat Padungan. Dulu BN sebegini dan PH telah meningkatkannya kepada 32 juta. Jadi itu sajalah selayak-layaknya diterima oleh Sarawak pada pandangan PH. Pada permulaan tadi saya mengatakan apabila kita dalam kerajaan BN dengan cabaran kita, PH lain pula cabarannya. Inilah yang telah saya maksudkan. Apa yang telah dilaksanakan oleh kerajaan BN itu telah pun berlalu. Tetapi bila PH memegang tampuk pemerintahan kerajaan persekutuan, langsung tidak melihat dan tidak berusaha untuk mengembalikan hak Sarawak dalam pelbagai aspek, mahupun perubahan kepada pindaan perlembagaan ataupun geran yang telah dinyatakan oleh Yang Berhormat Padungan tadi. Jadi, seperti yang telah saya nyatakan, adakah kita berlaku adil meletakkan Sarawak sama seperti Melaka dan Pulau Pinang? Sejajar dengan pindaan perlembagaan, maka harus ada perbezaan. Kita letakkan terhadap Ketua Menteri Melaka dan Ketua Menteri Pulau Pinang dengan Ketua Menteri Sarawak. Amat bertepatan sekali kita mulakan dengan menukar gelaran itu sendiri. Itu adalah langkah pertama yang sedang kita bincangkan dalam Dewan yang mulia ini. Gelaran ini bukannya untuk individu, bukannya untuk memenuhi ego pentadbiran kerajaan, tetapi untuk meletakkan sesuatu pada tempatnya, untuk meletakkan Sarawak pada tempatnya. Premier of Sarawak ataupun Menteri Perdana Sarawak amatlah bersesuaian sekali. Tan Sri Speaker, Oxford Linus Dictionary gives the meaning of premier as most important, famous, or successful. Merriam-Webster, which is the great American English Dictionary, gives the meaning of first in position, rank, or importance. Cambridge Dictionary, best or most important. And from my little knowledge, the word premier originated from the Old French in the 14th century, which is taken from the Latin word primarius, which means the first rank, chief, or principal. If we take an example from other Commonwealth countries, we should do so as even the Standing Order 89 allows the Speaker to have regards to the usage of Commonwealth parliamentary practices in the proceeding of the Dewan. Okay. In Canada, which is one of the Commonwealth country, the head of the federal leader is called Prime Minister, and the provincial leaders are called the Premier. For example, Prime Minister of Canada is Justin Trudeau, and the Premier of Ontario is Doug Ford. But regardless of the meaning and interpretation from different sources, what's more important is the spirit behind the introduction of this new word and title, to signify the difference of the three partners forming Malaysia as stated in our federal constitution. Dalam minit-minit mesyuarat yang telah dijumpai oleh rombongan kita ke London, dalam memo-memo, dalam telegram ketika itu, perhubungan melalui telegram, dokumen-dokumen yang lain, ianya jelas menggambarkan hasrat pimpinan kita yang dulu. We are not talking about the top echelon of leaders. We are talking about ketua-ketua kaum, tuai-tuai rumah, penghulu-penghulu. Mereka menggambarkan hasrat untuk memastikan hak kita terjaga sewaktu Malaysia dibentuk. Ini terbukti dalam dokumen-dokumen yang dijumpai di National Archive. Dan jika kita sekarang ini hendak mengedepikan MA63 dan IGC report, walhal itulah punca kuasa ataupun persetujuan awal yang dikecapi sewaktu membentuk Malaysia, sudah pasti sentiasa ada suara-suara sumbang yang akan menyindir seperti yang telah saya nyatakan tadi, kena baut kinetok lepas 50 tahun. Kenapa sekarang? Kenapa tidak dulu? Apa yang telah dilakukan oleh pemimpin-pemimpin yang dulu? Jawapannya mudah. Mudah jawapannya. Jawapannya kerana kinetok Ketua Menteri Sarawak adalah Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Abang Jo, dan kami semua bersama-sama dengan beliau hendak memastikan masa depan Sarawak terjamin untuk anak cucu kita, dan sudah terbukti pun kejayaannya setelah kita lakukan dalam tempoh 2-3 tahun ini, tetapi ianya tidak berhenti di sini. Dan kita akan sentiasa pastikan perjuangan ini kita teruskan untuk memastikan masa depan anak cucu kita. Regardless of the ridicule that we are going to accept from the pihak sebelah, saya yakin ada lagi perkara-perkara yang akan menjadi sindiran mereka, tetapi itulah saja yang mereka boleh lakukan. Menyokong, menyindir, hendak melakukan kerja sudah terbukti tidak dapat. So biarlah mereka dalam alam mereka, biarlah kita fokus kepada apa yang hendak kita terjemahkan kepada anak cucu-cucu kita dalam masa yang akan datang. Dengan ini saya mengakhiri ucapan saya dengan menyokong sepenuhnya the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022. Terima kasih. Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Speaker.
Member for Baklalan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this proposed amendment to the Constitution of the State of Sarawak. While I understand, appreciate, and support the rationale behind the move to change the term Chief Minister to Premier is to elevate the status of Sarawak following the recent amendment to the Federal Constitution, and to differentiate us from Penang and Malacca as disclosed by the Honourable Minister. My concern is, as a trained legal person, that this amendment can be said to be unconstitutional for a number of reasons. Firstly, we have been referring to and depending on historical documents to support our assertion that Sarawak is a partner in the Federation of Malaysia, and that we were accorded special status and protection as set out in these historical documents. It therefore stands to reason, Mr. Speaker, that we should refer to these historical documents too, regarding the designation of the head of the executive in Sarawak in the pre-Malaysia days. Pre-1963, the government of Sarawak was headed by a chief minister, and this reference is used in all the pre-Malaysia documents, including the Intergovernmental Report, Chapter 3, and Annexes A and B, which were required to be given effect. pursuant to the Malaysia Agreement 1963. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that in the case of Robert Linggi against the government of Malaysia, 2011, 2 MLJ 741, the court stated that the Malaysia Agreement and the Intergovernmental Committee report must be treated with utmost reverence. Consequently, in the Federal Constitution, which is the supreme law of this nation, the head of the executive of Sarawak is also referred to as the Chief Minister. In Article 160, interpretation, Chief Minister Court and Menteri Besar both mean the President by whatever style known of the Executive Council in the state, which was also referred to by the honourable member for Padungan earlier in his debate speech. Nowhere in these historical documents and the Federal Constitution is the word Premier used in relation to the Chief Minister of Sarawak. I note that there is a deeming provision, Mr. Speaker, in Section 5 of the bill, wherein Article 44 of the Sarawak Constitution is amended to include this clause, and quote, any reference to the Chief Minister in any written law shall refer to the Premier, unquote. However, such deeming clauses cannot be applied to the historical documents upon which this country's foundation were built. Neither can the state legislature make laws to modify the supreme law of the country. In the case of Atian against Government of Malaysia, 1976 to MLJ 112, Tun Sufian said this, and I quote him, the doctrine of the supremacy of Parliament does not apply in Malaysia. Here we have a written constitution. The power of Parliament and of state legislatures in Malaysia is limited by the constitution, and they cannot make any law they please, unquote. Mr. Speaker, by amending the term Chief Minister to Premier without concurrent amendment in the Federal Constitution, it could be said that the amendment would destroy the basic structure of the Federal Constitution, as it would render certain provision meaningless and create confusion. Will this amendment be caught by Article 4 of the Federal Constitution being inconsistent with the supreme law of the land and therefore unconstitutional? Mr. Speaker, it appears to me, in all probability, yes. And in addition, I would venture to say that the deeming provision in the proposed amendment bill would not be held to be applicable to the Federal Constitution if challenged in the court of law. Mr. Speaker, such unilateral amendment would create ambiguities, and the government should exercise caution in this matter. What is more important to focus upon is to implement our rights and claim the promises made to us during the formation of Malaysia. Also, the government should take concrete action on the motion which was passed unanimously in 2015 in the State Assembly to demand Putrajaya implement rights under the Malaysia Agreement, mandating to the state government to review all federal legislation, including to amend or repeal laws that affected the state rights to its natural resources. These laws include the Territorial Sea Act 2012 that limited the state's territorial waters to within 3 nautical miles of the coast, the Continental Shelf Act, and the Petroleum Act 1966. Mr. Speaker, it would be better to take concrete steps which will benefit Sarawak and Sarawakians tangibly rather than rushing into a name change that may bring some self-gratification but may ultimately be criticized for being unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the bill is acceptable, except this term Premier, changing the term Chief Minister. If the Minister can take this out, I have no problem with the bill. My proposal is take this term Premier out, amend the Federal Constitution first, then come to this August House with this amendment, just the way we did to Article 160, Clause 2 of the Constitution on the definition of native. With the greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, my stand on this bill is that I will oppose it because of this one factor only, i.e. changing the term Chief Minister to Premier. unless it is removed from the bill, I would support it. And I understand my colleague from PSB are of the same view. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Ahli Bagi Daro.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam serakku sayang. Terima kasih Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker kerana telah memberi peluang kepada saya untuk terlibat sama membahas rang undang-undang Constitutions of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022 yang telah dibentangkan oleh Berhormat Menteri Pelancongan, Industri Kreatif dan Seni Persembahan, juga merangkap Menteri Bidang Sukan dan Pembangunan Usahawan dan Ahli Dewan Negeri bagi N15 Asajaya. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, pindaan kepada perlembagaan negeri yang dibahaskan pada hari ini memfokus kepada 4 bahagian berkenaan memertabat dan meningkatkan kedudukan Sarawak secara amnya. Pertama, pindaan perkara 6/3, pindaan gelaran Ketua Menteri dipindah kepada gelaran Premier. Kedua, pindaan perkara 7A, pindaan gelaran Menteri Muda kepada Timbalan Menteri dan juga membolehkan Menteri Muda untuk menghadiri mesyuarat Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri atas jemputan Premier. Dan yang ketiga adalah pindaan perkara 44, terjemahan kepada Premier sebagai satu rujukan kepada Ketua Menteri dan terjemahan baru ke atas Persekutuan. Dan yang kelima adalah penambahan perkara baru, perkara 53A, sebarang rujukan terhadap Menteri Muda hendaklah merujuk kepada Timbalan Menteri. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, cadangan untuk memindahkan perkara 6/3/A untuk melukar gelaran Ketua Menteri kepada Premier merupakan satu langkah mengangkat martabat Sarawak sebagai satu daripada 4 komponen pembentukan Malaysia selain Sabah, Singapura dan Tanah Melayu, sehinggalah Singapura mengambil keputusan untuk mundur pada Ogos 1965. Pindaan ini bersesuaian selaras dengan status Sarawak berbeza dengan negeri lain di Malaysia. Kita boleh mengambil contoh konsep yang dipakai oleh negara-negara Commonwealth Regions yang lain seperti Australia dan Kanada, di mana ketua persekutuan digelar sebagai Prime Minister, manakala yang menguasai wilayah menguasai persekutuan digelar sebagai Premier dan mana-mana ketua negeri lain digelar sebagai Chief Minister. Pindaan rang undang-undang ini dilihat bersesuaian dengan mengangkat semangat asal pihak-pihak dalam Perjanjian Malaysia 1963 ataupun lebih dikenali sebagai MA63, yang mana telah dikembalikan semula setelah pindaan perlembagaan persekutuan yang terbaru, Constitution Amendments Act 2022 Act A1642. Ianya amatlah penting untuk mengekalkan status Sarawak seperti yang termaktub dalam MA63. Saya juga ingin mengingatkan supaya Kerajaan Persekutuan perlu mengiktiraf gelaran serta martabat Premier ini, termasuk membina perlembagaan persekutuan dan memastikan setiap majlis-majlis rasmi dan mesyuarat-mesyuarat rasmi di peringkat persekutuan memberi keutamaan tinggi dalam segi protokol, di mana Premier Sarawak adalah lebih tinggi kedudukannya daripada ketua-ketua menteri ataupun menteri-menteri besar yang lain. Selain itu, Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, pengumpulan kedua rang undang-undang ini pada perkara 7A yang menukar gelaran Menteri Muda kepada Timbalan Menteri dan membolehkan mereka menghadiri mesyuarat MMKN atas jemputan oleh Premier, membuktikan kerajaan Sarawak mengiktiraf dan ingin mengangkat martabat Sarawak berbanding dengan negeri dalam Malaysia yang lain. Kita kena faham bahawa posisi Sarawak sekarang bukanlah sama seperti negeri lain dalam Malaysia dan pentadbirannya. Kita sebagai equal partners berhak mempunyai pola pentadbiran dan pengurusan yang tersendiri dan inklusif. Di samping itu juga, pindaan ini dibuat selaras dengan usaha murni kerajaan Sarawak untuk memperjuangkan hak kita seperti mana yang tertera dalam MSCC3, di mana kita berhak membuat tuntutan keistimewaan wilayah Sarawak yang kita sama-sama sayangi ini. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, dengan adanya pindahan ini bukan sahaja memastikan keistimewaan Sarawak terjaga dan terbela, ia juga merupakan satu kerjaan besar usaha murni kerajaan GPS di bawah kepimpinan Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Petinggi Tan Sri Dr. Abang Haji Abdul Rahman Johari, Bentuk Banyak Openg, dan pindahan undang-undang ini menjadi kehormatan dan status wilayah Sarawak jelas terpapar sebagai sebuah entiti dan komponen penting dalam pembentukan Malaysia. Barangkali Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, kalau boleh dengan adanya pindahan rang undang-undang ini, juga saya ingin mencadangkan supaya Perlembagaan Sarawak Perkara 6/3/B turut dipindah agar bilangan ahli mesyuarat kerajaan negeri untuk Sarawak ditambah melebihi 10 orang selaras dengan keperluan dan perkembangan semasa. Dengan ini, pentadbiran dan pengurusan Sarawak akan menjadi lebih efektif, efisien dan fokus, terutamanya dalam usaha Sarawak mencapai status negeri termaju menjelang tahun 2030. Dengan ini, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, saya mohon menyokong Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022. Terima kasih.
Member for Batu Kitang.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, for this opportunity to debate on the ministerial motion on the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2020. First of all, I would like to congratulate our Chief Minister, Dato' Patinggi Tan Sri Abang Johari, for a handsome win in the state election, and also to congratulate him and his GPS team with this good news where MA 63 is now enshrined into the Federal Constitution through a majority decision in the Federal Parliament. I would also like to point out, just as what Member for Padungan pointed out, I would also like to point out that the Federal Parliament support for this constitutional amendment occurred during GPS tenure, not Pakatan Harapan's tenure. Our CM, his GPS team, has indeed achieved a historical milestone with 76 YBs, and no doubt we are going to make a huge difference now. I support the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022 to amend CM to Premier for Sarawak and Assistant Minister to Deputy Minister. It has been a long and tedious journey to get to where we are, and it is only through this perseverance and patience of our leaders that we are able to come to this stage. I must say, Sarawak is indeed on the right track, moving towards better days with CM Abang Jo at the helm. GPS adherence to the theme of Sarawak First has enabled us to regain our strength as seen in this election, and Sarawakians know that this government is there for them through thick and thin. GPS will keep our promises made to Sarawakians. We will take care of Sarawakians. Unlike Pakatan Harapan, who only offer lip services and fail to fulfill their promises to the rakyat. Unlike Pakatan Harapan, GPS take things seriously and set out to achieve what needs to be done step by step. GPS will not give up on us Sarawakians and our coalition parties will remain firm and strong together to ensure that we upgrade the lives of our people who have put their trust in us, as shown by the recent state election. Let us not forget that GPS has always championed for the rights of Sarawak, and a lot of things takes time to materialize, like the inclusion of MA 63 inside the Malaysian Constitution. We need to be patient, as there are some things that cannot be done overnight, but take years, as in the case of fighting for our autonomy, but we will chip away at it for as long as it takes. Inch by inch, slowly but surely, GPS under CM Abang Jo is acquiring our rights under MA 63 back for Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, Sarawak has the oldest democracy in the whole of Malaysia. We have been adamant in our call to be recognized and mentioned under the constitutional amendment in pursuant to MA 63. Because of our unequal vocal support in the last election, Parliament has endorsed our claim to inscribe MA 63 into our federal constitution. Unlike the cosmetic request by Pakatan Harapan leaders to amend Article 1(2) for Sarawak and Sabah to be equal partners without amending Article 160(2) and to include the phrase pursuant to MA 63, and which GPS has insisted right from day one of the proposed amendment during Pakatan Harapan days. We in Sarawak already agree that Sarawak is very different from our counterparts in Malaya. All the races in Sarawak live peacefully together in harmony with each other, and we do not want politics and values from Malaya to disrupt the peace and harmony we have here among the different races in Sarawak. There are a number of steps that we have to take to differentiate us from the Federated States of Malaya. A good starting point would be amending the title position of CM to Premier of Sarawak. Sarawak deserves such a title of Premier for our #1 leader. This is an important beginner step that we want to take towards regaining and achieving all that is listed under MA 63. We are now flexing our muscles by amending the word CM to Premier, to identify ourselves to be different from all the other CMs, including Penang. In the Federated States of Malaya, I implore all Sarawakians to stand together and to support this historical move. With the Intergovernment Continental IGC reports, we will ensure that the details of what is Sarawak's entitlement will be regained back slowly but surely in stages. The federal government should know that we can win handsomely as we put our people first, and together with our people, we will work towards a better and more resourceful Sarawak. Our CM is a visionary leader who can and will bring Sarawak to be on par with global achievements, and with our entitlements returned, this can become a reality. Our CM has done a lot of foundation work for Sarawak. Although the process may seem slow at first, we are moving forward despite the many hurdles in front of us. With persistence, patience, and grit, Abang Jo has made Sarawak financially independent. To name a few, 5% sales tax is one of them. LNG additional 20% is another one. Bakun 100% is another one. And we have our petrochemical plants coming up. As seen from young Ahmad Berhormat's capability, our premier is not only visionary but enterprising. He knows that with financial independence, Sarawak can be strong politically to do more for Sarawakians. We are getting stronger day by day, and with Sarawakians living in harmony, we shall certainly emerge champions within Malaysia. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, with due respect to Honorable YB Bakalalan, on his term unconstitutional, I, however, believe that GPS has considered all corners, and the proposed amendment to Premier is constitutional. I strongly support this ministerial motion by Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Abdul Karim Rahman Hamzah. This bill, yes, sorry, my apologies, this bill. Thank you very much, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker.
Member for Mulu.
Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, thank you for granting me this opportunity to participate in the debate on the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2022 in support of the bill. This amendment bill is consequential to the amendment to Article 1(2) and Article 162 of the Federal Constitution, which was initiated by the GPS government to restore the position of Sarawak as one of the founding partners of the Federation of Malaysia, and most importantly, the amendment incorporated the Malaysia Agreement 1963, popularly known as MS-63, as part of the Federal Constitution. This constitutional amendment received the overwhelming and unanimous support of all members of Parliament present and voting when it was tabled on the 14th of December 2021. The incorporation of MS-63 and its annexures, which means the Intergovernmental Committee report, as part of the Federal Constitution, has put to rest once and for all the argument by certain parties that MS-63 is merely a historical document which has become functus officio after the promulgation of the Federal Constitution. This is contrary to our own stand that MS-63 is a legally binding and a constitutional document. The GPS government has achieved significant success in our struggle to fight to restore Sarawak's right as provided in MS-63. I'm privileged to be a member of the team led by Yang Amat Berhormat, our Chief Minister, in the MS-63 negotiations at the National Steering Committee. Among the major success achieved by GPS government in the pursuit of our MS-63 rights are, first, the increase in our share of revenue from oil and gas revenue through the 5% sales tax on petroleum products, which provide the state an additional revenue of about ± 3 billion a year, depending on the price of oil and gas. Second, the restoration of rights over our oil and gas resources onshore Sarawak, which is now fully vested in Petros. Third, the restoration of our rights to distribution of gas onshore Sarawak, which has also been vested in Petros. Fourth, increased equity participation for Sarawak in the MLNG plants, which is now giving significant additional annual revenue for our state. Fifth, the execution of the commercial settlement agreement between Petronas and the state government, which gave Petros the right to have direct participation in oil and gas exploration and production offshore Sarawak. Sixth, devolution of certain powers in environmental and labor matters to the state in recognition of our autonomy. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, whilst GPS under the wise and able leadership of our Yang Amat Berhormat Chief Minister, continue to restore our other remaining rights under MX63, we now have the opportunity to translate the recent constitutional amendment into practical and visible actions to reaffirm Sarawak's position as a component of the Federation, as a founding member of the Federation, and not just as one of the member states of the Federation. Section 2, 3, and 4 of the Constitutional Amendment Bill seek to change the title and style of the Chief Minister to Premier, and the title and style of the Assistant Ministers to Deputy Minister. This is consistent with the recognition of Sarawak's special position in the Federation. Under MX63, which has now become part of the Federal Constitution, Sarawak is definitely not in the same league or in the same constitutional position as Pulau Pinang and Malacca, who have chief ministers. Therefore, when we have this opportunity to differentiate and reaffirm our special constitutional position as provided in the recent amendment to the Federal Constitution, we should have no hesitation to support this constitutional amendment bill. Honorable Member for Padungan wasted much time in arguing about the title Premier and the appropriate Bahasa Malaysia term when he knew all the while that Article 160(2) of the Federal Constitution, which he had quoted, do allow for the title and style of the Chief Minister to be called by any other suitable name. Member for Padungan also refused to support the change of title to Premier as being irrelevant, as according to him, it does not confer any additional powers to the Chief Minister. He seemed to have a very myopic view of the amendment, which is not a mere change in title and style for the Chief Minister. This amendment is all about our status and dignity as an autonomous state in the Federation of Malaysia. It is about the pride and dignity of every Sarawakian today and our future generations. This amendment is a visible, historical, and legal indicator to remind every Sarawakian, especially our future generation, that Sarawak is not just an ordinary member of the Federation of Malaysia, that we are a founding member of the Federation, and that we have special rights, status, and privilege which other states do not have, except Sabah. Honorable Member of Padungan refused to support the change of title from Chief Minister, as he is of the view that such change is irrelevant without a corresponding amendment to Schedule 9 of the Federal Constitution, which set out the powers of the state. Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, with the incorporation of MS63 into Article 160(2) of the Federal Constitution, where our state rights and privileges are set out, it is up to our initiative to explore and to continue to fight for our rights under MX63, which are not captured or set out in Schedule 9 of the Federal Constitution. In my view, MS63 is much wider than Schedule 9, so we should not be limited to Schedule 9 when we talk about our state powers. Honorable Member of Baklalan's view that the amendment bill is, as far as it seeks to change the title and style of the Chief Minister to Premier, is, in his view, unconstitutional. In my view, this is unsustainable and without basis, because Article 160(2) in the definition of Chief Minister clearly allow for the title and style of Chief Minister to be called by any other name. The term Premier is used in other Commonwealth countries, such as Canada and Australia, to refer to the Chief Executive and leader of member states in the Federation. There is nothing unusual or objectionable in the use of the term Premier for our Chief Minister to reaffirm Sarawak's special status in the Federation. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, Section 4 of the Amendment Bill changed or proposed to change the title and style of the Assistant Ministers to Deputy Ministers to accurately reflect the job and responsibility of Assistant Ministers who are empowered by the Ministers by way of delegated authority. I take note that the member of Padungan support this part of the bill as well as member for Bak Kelalan. Section 5 of the Amendment Bill seeks to incorporate into our state constitution the very same amendment to Article 160(2) of the Federal Constitution on the definition of the Federation of Malaysia, which was approved by Parliament on 14 of December 2021 and assented to by Duli Yang Maha Mulia Yang di-Pertuan Agong on the 11th January 2022. I must highlight that this amendment incorporating MA 63 and the IGC report into the Federal Constitution was not included in the amendment proposed by the PH government in 2018, and that was the reason why GPS members of Parliament abstained from voting when that amendment was tabled in Parliament. The amendment proposed by the PH government then was limited to Article 1(2), which was superficial and did not have any substantive effect, without including the amendment to Article 160(2). The Pakatan Harapan parties must have felt obliged to support the constitutional amendment tabled by GPS in December 2021, as the amendment was comprehensive and substantive compared to the amendment proposed by Pakatan Harapan parties in 2018. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I support the amendment bill and urge all members of this august House to give our unreserved support to this constitutional amendment bill tabled by the Honourable Member Minister Menteri Pelancongan, Industri Kreatif dan Seni Persembahan, Menteri Belia, Sukan dan Pembangunan Usahawan, and Adun N15 Asajaya. This is to reaffirm and give visible expression of the special status of Sarawak in the Federation, and most importantly, in my view, to protect the dignity and pride of every Sarawakian. I sincerely believe that our Sarawakians fully identify with and support this proposed amendment. In conclusion, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I urge all members of this august House to support this very important and historical amendment. Thank you.
Member for Jepak.
Terima kasih, Dato' Amar Tan Sri Speaker. This amendment takes into cognizance the aspirations of the people of Sarawak. This brings back to the spirit of MA 63. This amendment is historical, legal, and political in nature. With the amendment as prescribed in the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill, year 2022, what are we, the Rakyats, hoping to achieve? There are many from different perspectives, but I wish to limit to two main areas. One, restoration of state rights, which have been eroded or overlooked, if not outright neglected. Some might even view our state rights have been encroached. Whatever it is, this cannot be ignored too much longer, because ignoring the erosion of state rights weakens the integrity or cohesion of the Federation. So, this amendment is very appropriate. 2, budgetary allocation for development. Drawing from my own experience and the experience of others, over the years, we have been fighting hard for equitable budgetary allocation. But we have observed Sarawak doesn't get its fair share. The details are there. Even certain government at one period cancel approved projects in Sarawak. We need more, but we get less compared to other more developed states. The ironies are Sarawak generates a large portion of the federal coffers, but we get less. This cannot be tolerated in an equitable situation in the Federation vis-à-vis state and federal, if it is to prevail. That's how it should be, equitable. Only by restoring our rights, as per MA 63, can we have a chance of getting our fair allocation to develop Sarawak and catch up. Sir, ladies and gentlemen, members of the August House, make no mistake, the Rakyat want this amendment. There are detractors, but ignore the detractors. Rakyat want this. These are the patriotic rakyat to Sarawak and to Malaysia. They want the Federation to last with better equity in its governance and Sarawak getting its fair share. So, in my short participation, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I support the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 22. Thank you very much.
Member for Purpose.
Yang berhormat Dato' Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, to our beloved Vice and erudite Chief Ministers, Ministers and Assistant Ministers, and many fellow members of this August House, it is indeed a great day for all of us. Let me congratulate each and every one of you for winning the last state election. What a great win it was for all of us in the government. Not only did we win, but we won very, very comfortably, 76 out of 82. Having 95% of the seats in the government is by no means of a small feat, but a gargantuan one. With this mandate, it shows that the formation of Gabungan Parti Sarawak, GPS slogan, Sarawak First, was a right move after we left Barisan Nasional. and it is acceptable by majority of voters in Sarawak. I wish to thank the Chief Minister for his wisdom in assisting us in this victory. I wish to take this opportunity today, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, to state my view on the Sarawak Constitutional Amendment Bill, Ordinance 2022, which we have before us today. Finally, after being lost and wandering in the wilderness of polemics and contentions in the last 58 years, we have finally got a good grip on our beloved state, right? The Malaysian Agreement 1963. The journey was neither easy nor was it just. What was agreed by the Federation of Malaya, Singapore, Sarawak, North Borneo, Sabah in MA 63, many of our Sarawak rights were eroded and were disconcerted and disintegrated in 1976 to share the same status as the other state in the peninsula. We are equal partners in the Federation as we are one of the founding members of the Federation, and not merely another state. By observing what was going on in the last 58 years, what was quoted reminder by Apai Tunjuga Hanak Baring. Ana Malaysia baka tebu, manis bak pun, tang tabara bak ujung. Or let Malaysia not be like the sugarcane, sweet at the beginning, but tasteless towards the end. In somehow correct. When the MA 63 was executed, we did not enter Malaysia, but we formed Malaysia. Now, by the grace of the Almighty, foresight of our leaders, to our Honorable the Chief Minister, with the shared energy of our Minister of Law in Malaysia, we have finally opened the door to be recognized in the manner it was meant to be. As such, this amendment bill is a constitutional amendment because of the passing of Federal Constitution by Parliament to store back Sarawak and Sabah rights based on MA 63 last year. Now, Sarawak is reinstated as one of the founding partners of the Federation and not referred to as a poor cousin as other states in Malaysia. After the amendment of the Federal Constitution, we were tabled in Parliament on the 3rd of November 2021 last year and passed by Senate in December last year. We congratulate and kudos to our current leader, our Chief Minister. We, the members of the August House, are all aware about specific in the MA 63, which was slow in coming and some that have never been realized so far. After being kept in the back burner for so long, it is indeed a great relief in achievement that we have finally won the battle towards realizing the full execution of the original 18-point enshrined in the MA 63. Our journey is still long. The struggle is still continue, and it should until we extract the credit that are due to us. As such, this bill that has been proposed in this August House today is the harbinger to many a good thing to come for this great land of ours. Let's not be lured by the fact that we are merely changing names and titles. It is the first step. Just a great Chinese say goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Today's bill is the first step to the many that we need to make and reinstate the greatness of this land for our generation to come and for prosperity. Tan Sri Dato' Amat Speaker, to quote just now, Pedungan, quote about William Shakespeare. I also do that from Romeo and Juliet. What's in the name that which we call a rose? By any other name would smell as sweet. This may be true for the star-crossed lovers in the play, but I choose to stand corrected as the importance of the name cannot be compromised or weakened. Names properly used wield the dignity, power, proudness of a person, and exhibit the true nature of our existence. I feel the changing of the name of Chief Minister to Premier is indeed a great move to let the people know that Sarawak has an autonomy in the Federation. Even as we speak of it, it has been reported by news portals since Sunday last week, I think. People were away, and we must stamp our mark that we are a great nation within the Federation, and not merely a sister state. Changing the name to Premier leads credence and dignity. Making the change and addressing our beloved leader as Premier is not only sweet, but its real sense sweeter too. The second proposal of changing the names of our Assistant Minister to Deputy Minister is apt and timely with the changing world today. We need proper title that lead powers and authority. The title Assistant Minister, Menteri Muda, used now does not cut it for the present. Calling them a Deputy Minister leads the entitlement that they deserve for the heavy burden that they carry in doing their duties in this fast-moving world. It allows the Deputy Minister to make quick, apt decisions that will be implemented quickly. The change ameliorates and leads to a sense of authority. I support the change, as it's not only give the title a sense of authority, but also will boost the member psychologically and inspire him to serve the Sarawak and its people more. The importance of the proper title cannot be denied. With the proper title, we effort the person and the government that he is representing, the dignity that we rightfully deserve, the greatness and the honor attached to it. By doing these changes, we are in the way establishing our state individually as a partner in the Federation. Tan Sri Dato' Amat Speaker, I am all for the changes that has been proposed in the bill, and I fully support the amendment that have been put forth. I wish to also propose, if I may, the following, sir. To change the division that we have now and call it a state, as what is being done in the Federation of Malaya before the formation of Malaysia. To operate the states in according to the operation of the state in Peninsular Malaysia or other Commonwealth jurisdiction, just like Australia, Canada. I thank all of the members in this House for allowing me to express my view. Thank you, Dato' Tan Sri Dato' Amat Speaker, sir. I support the bill.
Member for Bukit Asek.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to participate in the debate. As support to the Constitution of the State of Sarawak, Amendment Bill 2022. With the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2021 related to Malaysia Agreement 1963 has been passed with a 2/3 majority after its second reading in DEWAN Raya on 14th of December 2021. It is the time for us to differentiate from Malaya, to have the right name, to have the right to make the things success. And it is definitely not the same as mentioned by member for Pantungan. Chinese reading is 闭门造车. Let me share the analysis of 子路. 名不正则言不顺，言不顺则事不成. The word of wisdom from Confucius. If names be not correct, the language is not in accordance with the truth of things. If language be not in accordance to the truth of things, affairs cannot be carried out on to success. Therefore, a superior man consider it necessary that the names he used may be spoken appropriately, and also that what he speaks may be carried out appropriately. What the superior man requires is just that in his words there may be nothing incorrect. How our chief minister is called is important. It is not just about the name, but the name brings the status and also the power. We do not want our chief minister of Sarawak to be called as the same status with other states government head in Malaya. And this amendment not about the title, but it is a milestone in the new era for the autonomy of Sarawak. It's only the beginning and many more to come. And GPS always put Sarawak first, and we always with Rakyat Sarawak. And I believe that in the near future, we will debate even the bill of the amendment of Dewan Undangan Negeri Sarawak to the Parliament of Sarawak. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, in conclusion, Sarawak is one of the 3 regions to form Malaysia, and it is inappropriate and unacceptable for Sarawak continuing using the title of Chief Minister as other states of Malaya did. I support the bill for the amendment of Constitution of the State of Sarawak to amend the title from Chief Minister to Premier and Assistant Minister to Deputy Minister. Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker.
Member for Tilian.
Alright. Selamat petang. Terima kasih Tan Sri Speaker. Terlebih dahulu saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kerana beri peluang kepada saya untuk turut serta dalam perbahasan usul yang cukup bersejarah ini. Terima kasih juga kepada Yang Amat Berhormat Ketua Menteri kerana beri peluang dan kepercayaan kepada golongan muda untuk turut serta di dalam barisan kepimpinan Sarawak ketika ini. Saya yakin ramai lagi golongan muda yang sudah bersedia untuk terlibat dalam agenda pembangunan Sarawak sebagai pemimpin di pelbagai peringkat demi kestabilan dan kemakmuran Ibu Pertiwi yang kita sayangi ini. The Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022 amatlah bertepatan untuk kita gerakkan ketika ini bersesuaian dengan penguatkuasaan rang Undang-Undang RUU Perlembagaan Pindaan 2022 mengenai isu Perjanjian Malaysia 1963 telah pun berkuat kuasa secara rasminya pada 11 Februari yang lepas. Terlebih dahulu, RUU tersebut telah pun diwartakan Kerajaan Persekutuan sebagai Akta Pindaan kepada Akta 1642 pada 25 Januari 2022 yang lepas. Jadi perkara baik seperti ini haruslah kita segerakan tindakannya, dan nyata Kerajaan Sarawak sekarang jelas bertindak pantas membawa usul pindaan Perlembagaan Sarawak dalam sidang kali ini. Setelah diperjuangkan dengan penuh komited oleh Kerajaan GPS, keputusan ini adalah yang terbaik untuk rakyat Sarawak. Khasnya tiada pihak yang boleh menafikan melainkan pihak berkenaan, bukanlah anak jati Sarawak. Sarawak adalah rakan kongsi utama di dalam pembentukan Persekutuan Malaysia semenjak 1963. Ia tidak pernah berubah dan adalah menjadi hak Sarawak sebagai satu rakan kongsi pembentukan persekutuan untuk mendapatkan kembali hak-hak mutlak Sarawak selaras Perjanjian Malaysia 1963. Tan Sri Speaker yang dihormati, saya amat yakin bahawa cadangan menukarkan terma Ketua Menteri kepada Premier dan Menteri Muda kepada Timbalan Menteri adalah salah satu cara untuk meletakkan status Sarawak lebih tinggi berbanding negeri di semenanjung Malaysia ataupun Tanah Melayu, nama terdahulunya di dalam Perjanjian Malaysia 1963. Ini adalah sebagai permulaan kita untuk meneruskan banyak lagi langkah-langkah berikutnya demi Sarawak. Bagi saya, tidak perlulah jadikan cadangan penukaran terma ini sebagai alasan untuk membangkang apa jua cadangan pihak kerajaan. Tidak semua perkara perlu dibangkang, yang bagus dan baik untuk Sarawak kita sokonglah. Kita bukanlah negeri sama seperti beberapa negeri lain yang menggunakan terma Ketua Menteri sebagai Ketua Kerajaan. Bermakna kita harus lebih ke hadapan untuk meletakkan kedudukan kita lebih tinggi selaras dengan hak-hak kita sebagai rakan kongsi pembentukan Malaysia. Jalan sudah dibuka untuk kita terus bertindak memperbetulkan apa yang sepatutnya serta memperjuangkan hak-hak Sarawak sekaligus memastikan ianya terpelihara. Tan Sri Speaker yang disayangi, penukaran terma ini sudah pasti menunjukkan bahawa kita ada beza dengan negeri-negeri di semenanjung. Beza yang akan menunjukkan kuasa yang lebih yang ada pada Sarawak dibandingkan dengan negeri-negeri lain di semenanjung Malaysia. Hak-hak pun sudah pasti ada bezanya juga. Dari segi pembahagian peruntukan dari Kerajaan Persekutuan sudah pasti ada bezanya berbanding negeri-negeri lain. Kita berhak untuk mendapatkan peratusan yang lebih tinggi di dalam pembahagian peruntukan dari pihak persekutuan. Itu adalah hak kita sebagai rakan kongsi. Keluasan Sarawak 124,450 km persegi hampir menyamai keluasan semenanjung Malaysia seluas 131,598 km persegi. Mana mungkin kita dibahagikan peruntukannya tidak setimpal dengan keluasan kawasan kita. Kita mahu keperluan dan kemudahan asas di Sarawak setara dengan pembangunan di semenanjung Malaysia. Ingatlah zaman PH, dahulu dalam tempoh 22 bulan, mereka telah cuba menafikan hak dan pembangunan asas kita di Sarawak, termasuklah membatalkan projek-projek jambatan untuk konektiviti pesisir dan melambatkan peruntukan sekolah-sekolah daif ketika itu. Oleh itu, tindakan awal membuat usul pindaan Perlembagaan Sarawak ini adalah bertepatan dengan masa dan ketika yang sangat sesuai sekarang ini. Kerajaan GPS sentiasa mengutamakan Sarawak. Dengan ini, Tan Sri Speaker, saya menyokong penuh usul ini. Sekian, terima kasih.
Any other honourable members who wish to speak? Member for Bawang Asan.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to debate on the amendment bill. Tan Sri Dato' Mas Speaker, I think if what is good for Sarawak And if what is good for the people of Sarawak, we should all support it, regardless of our political affiliations. If the amendments of the Chief Minister to Premier is not unconstitutional, as has been argued by my colleague Yang Berhormat for Paklalang, that it is somewhat unconstitutional. Now, if it is not unconstitutional, if the amendment can add weight and stature or status to enable us to carry out our duties and responsibility more effectively, and if the change is not something just to look good or look more glamorous, or it is just mere window dressing, then of course we can support the amendments. The term Premier is indeed a very powerful post. I don't know how you can do it in Bahasa Malaysia, as has been argued by Ali Yang Berhormat for Padungan, Perdana Menteri, or what. But if it is translated to Chinese, is Zhongli, which is equivalent to the title carried by Premier Xi Jinping of the People's Republic of China. Xi Jinping Zhongli, a very, very powerful post indeed. Of course, the amendment is a very bold step taken by the GVS government, meant to set Sarawak apart from other states. We know the intention of the GPS government, and we also know the intent and spirit behind the amendment. Sarawak being one of the three equal components in the Federation of Malaysia, we are different from other states. Penang, Malacca, for example, are states, and the leader of the governing body is called the Chief Minister. On the other hand, Sarawak is a component partner in the formation of Malaysia. Now, we will now want to change the post of Chief Minister to that of Premier, to emphasize the fact that we are not a mere state, but an equal component of the Federation of Malaysia. But let me say this, the elevation of the more significant designation must come with heavier responsibilities, heavier duties and responsibilities. Moreover, the recognition of MA 63 after the recent amendments to the Federal Constitution has set the wheels of autonomy in motion and generate more urgency for Sarawak to restore and claim its autonomous rights and interests as an equal partner to the Federation of Malaysia. Hence, I think it is the sacred duty and responsibilities entrusted to the GPS government now, headed by the Chief Minister, or you would like to style it as Premier, to ensure due compliance and implementation of Malaysian Agreement, MA 63. On this, may I remind the GPS government that the guarantees and safeguards were preconditions mutually agreed upon by all the founding partners as enshrined in MA 63. All along, the unnecessary feet dragging and procrastination, muddled with a lack of political will and courage by the state government in negotiations after negotiations over the past decades, had caused Sarawak to lose and suffer much on both the political and socio-economic fronts. I think we should take these as hard lessons learned and pray that the mistakes be not repeated, as it is well acknowledged that procrastination is the thief of time, and every hour of lost time is a chance of future misfortune. Sarawak and the people of Sarawak cannot afford any more moments of lost time and lost opportunity. The voices of discontent and even calls for independence and separation are growing louder by the day, as these long overdue issues had not been properly and rightfully addressed by the previous state government and now GPS government after 58 years. If not now, when? If not by the Sarawak state government of the day, who then? And therefore, moving forward, the next 5 years, I think, shall be the defining period for Sarawak, for the people of Sarawak, to gauge the GPS government headed either by Chief Minister or the Premier on the fulfillment of the Sarawak First initiatives, premised primarily on the compliance and implementation of MA 63, as well as the post-COVID-19 recovery and development strategy as outlined in the GPS manifesto. If the GPS government cannot, for example, reclaim our fair share of the MP seats, Member of Parliament seats in the federal government, if GPS government cannot reinstate our depleted sea territories, and if GPS government cannot reinstate our full rights over our oil and gas resources, and if the GPS government cannot get the fair share of revenue or allocation, then one wonder what is the use of changing the position of Chief Minister to that of Premier. The change, then, people will tell us that it is not real. It is more apparent than real. It is just look good and perhaps more glamorous, and people can tell us that this is only a window dressing. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, towards this end, we shall play our responsible opposition roles to provide a constructive and meaningful check and balance as epitomized by the democratic system of government. Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Member for Pending.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to participate in the debate of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022. In the explanatory statement of the bill, this bill seeks to provide the amendment to the Constitution of the State of Sarawak in respect of matters relating to designation and style of members Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri, Assistant Minister and definition of the Federation. Clause 2, bracket A, bracket B, bracket C provides amendment to Article 6, bracket 3 of the State Constitution to change the title of the Chief Minister to Premier and members of Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri to be co-minister. And the interpretation of the word Premier will be introduced and be inserted into Article 44 of the State Constitution. Also, the bill seeks to replace the designation of Assistant Minister to Deputy Ministers that appear in Article 7A and insert a new transitional provisions relating to the Deputy Minister, which is Article 53A. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not know others, but when I read about the words Premier in this amendment bill, the first thing that comes to my mind is the brand of a tissue paper. Have you seen this? It's a brand. And I saw one of the tissue paper box in the library. It costs about $9.99 if you buy from Shopee. It's a registered trademark. So no play. So the other things which I could think of when I read the words Premier, it made me think of the credit card, Premier credit card issued by the bank, or even in Kuching, I think we have Premier 101. So unlike the words Chief Minister, when we read it,
members are to confine his observations to the subject under discussion. So introduction of things like tissue paper, credit card and all that, you are not, it is not Premier. It is not proper understanding Order 32.1. And I think a ruling on this should be made.
Listen to my speech first.
I don't think the House should be subjected to this kind of rhetoric.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, so my
Understanding
argument is,
Order 32.11, Speaker can make a decision on this particular matter whether this line of debate is allowed. Thank you.
Why can't? Because this is Premier, we are debating on Premier. So unlike
Standing
the words
Order
of Chief
32.11,
Minister,
Speaker
when we
to make
read
a
it,
ruling.
we know that it refers to the head of government, a person and nothing else, when the words Chief Minister is being referred to. So it's clear and will not make people confused or bring about confusion. I just read the news. If you read Borneo Post online, the associate professor from University of Malaya, Professor Aziman Awan Dawi, said that the change of the name to Premier causes confusion. So it's not me that confused. Even an associate professor's opinion that it will cause confusion. So, Mr. Speaker, of course, in political sense, we know that Premier is a title which can be referred to the head of government. Though the word Premier is merely a synonym for Prime Minister, the Premier title is usually employed at the province, territory, or state level, so as to differentiate them from the Prime Minister who heads the nation. Just like Canada, there are currently 10 provincial premiers and 3 territorial premiers. If we look at Australia, just like what our honourable ministers have said in his introduction when he's tabling the bill, the Premier are the heads of the executive governments in the 6 states of Australia. Whereas for the heads of the executive governments of the 2 territories in Australia, it is called the Chief Minister. The 6 Premier in Australia include Premier of Victoria, Premier of Queensland, Premier of Western Australia, Premier of South Australia, Premier of New South Wales, and Premier of Tasmania. So in Australia, Premier is again refer to the head of government at the state level, state, S-T-A-T-E, state level. Okay? So we have this amendment bill table before us to replace the title name of the Chief Minister with Premier. The Minister explained that the GPS government is trying to adopt the designation in style of Australia. But for Australia, the two territories, there is Australian Capital Territory and Northern Territory, the head of these two territories are in fact referred to as the Chief Minister. So obviously, given the choice of word Premier that Sarawak GPS government opt to use, GPS government is still recognizing Sarawak as a state and not a region, or even we call it territory. And that's why we opt for the term Premier to replace Chief Minister, is it not? So if we want to follow the style or adopt the style of Australia in addressing their head of executive governments, then the head of the executive of a territory should be called the Chief Minister. As such, isn't it more appropriate for us to maintain the term Chief Minister? By the way, just a sidetrack a bit. The state constitution only mentioned about Chief Minister. So what about the Deputy Chief Minister? Do we also change them to Deputy Premier? So I hope that the Minister will enlighten
Member
us.
for Penting, there are so many hotels in the world. And all the hotels, there are rooms called Presidential Suite. Would you equate those rooms with the President of the United States?
That's why I said the word Premier causes confusion. That's why when you have Chief Minister, everybody knows that that refers to a person with authority, a head of a government, the head of a government, executive government. So that's why I leave it to the GPS government, the wisdom of them. If they think that Premier is so good, so glamorous, and no confusion, well, go ahead. But sometimes we say, you bijak saja lah, jangan buat pandai-pandai lah, okay? So I also sometimes don't shock sendiri. Mr. Speaker, in actual fact, this is shock sendiri, you see. So you see, you can hear the argument or even the speech of the GPS elected reps. Everybody are pressing for it.
Still
so
going
they feel
ahead.
good.
There is a standing order 32(1), member to confine his observations to the subject under discussion and may not introduce matters irrelevant thereto. We are continuing with this kind of irrelevant, this is wasting the August House time. I'm hungry for lunch as well, and I do not want to hear this which is in breach of Standing Order 32(1).
If I am outside, I'm sidetracked, the speaker will guide me through. The speaker will stop me. You are not the speaker, so don't act like one, all right?
This is point of order.
No. If it's a point of order, speaker will acknowledge you. If speaker doesn't acknowledge you, you just sit down and be quiet. Jangan buat pandai-pandai lah. Show off ah, jangan lah. Newbie. Okay, Mr. Speaker, may the Honourable Minister enlighten this August House what are the benefits that this rebranding of position will bring to the people of Sarawak? What differences would it make if we have Premier of Sarawak instead of Chief Minister of Sarawak? What are the things that Sarawak can achieve if we pass this bill? What power does Premier of Sarawak has over Putrajaya Ministry, departments and agency operating in Sarawak? If this amendment bill does not bring any good or real change to Sarawak, it will be pointless for us to replace the title name of the Chief Minister and Assistant Ministers. This loan should not be treated as a rubber stamp to pass this bill for the sake of mere window dressing or use it as cosmetic approach to shock someone, to satisfy someone's ego in the GPS. Instead of doing cosmetic change that will lead to unnecessary wastage of public resources, it would be better or more meaningful for the Chief Minister, Minister, Assistant Minister, and all of us here in this DEWAN Undangan Negeri to place our resources, to concentrate our resources and time on more serious business that will bring about real change and reforms to Sarawak, to build a real all-inclusive Sarawak that does not discriminate between races, backgrounds, or political ideology. So there are about 5 points that I would suggest, the real change that I would like to see. All state government-linked companies, including the boss, Petros, which billions of ringgit at their disposal, to report directly to this tune, to ensure there's accountability and proper checks and balances. Second, I hope that the GPS government will provide equal allocation to all state constituency, including seats held by opposition, like Pending,
confine your observation.
Yes,
to the
that's why I say the amendment should bring real change and not mere window dressing or cosmetic approach just to change the title only. I want to see all this reform comes together or comes with all these reforms. So please, presently our opposition do not receive a single allocation from the GPS government. So please, for inclusiveness, please consider, please respect the voters in the opposition's constituency. All right, the fifth, another one is I hope to see some revamp in the delivery system in the state government ministry, departments and agencies, so that the people issue can be solved within the shortest time span, like the Warga Negara issues, or we have to look at BKSS 7.0. Even until today, we don't see the money being finalized to give out to all the qualified SME. Well, Mr. Speaker, given that Sarawak has now gained its so-called equal partner status within Malaysia through recent amendments to Clause Bracket 2 of Article 1 and Clause 2 of Article 160 of the Federal Constitution in Parliament, and GPS have boasted so much that Sarawak is not one of the 13 states but one of the 3 regions, may I know why we still maintaining the word Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri and does not propose any replacement for it? Because when I go through the amendment bills, this Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri appeared in Clause 4, that is mentioned in Article 7A. So I bring this out. So why can't we propose any replacement for it? Why are we not replacing it with Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Sarawak? Why change alang-alang? Why do we still keep this term negeri if Sarawak is no longer a negeri or a state? Just to sidetrack a bit, Mr. Speaker, do you know that when we issue a check to pay Sarawak government, take for example, issue a check to pay the land premium, the check has to be issued in the name of, last time we can issue the check in the name of Sarawak government, but today when we want to pay premium to Sarawak government, we have to issue the check in the name of Kerajaan Negeri Sarawak. Negeri Sarawak. Why do we have to have that word negeri in it? So I hope that the minister concerned could give an answer to this. If we don't like negeri, we don't like Sarawak to be treated as a negeri, then get rid of that negeri lah. Why keep the negeri in the check? Correct? Why keep it? I hope the state finance, is it? Secretary can look into this. Okay, Mr. Speaker. Treasury, the treasury. Sometimes I just get made no sense to me when we shouted so much outside, but when it comes to the administrative procedure, we still have to put the word negeri there. Last time we do not have to, but now they insist that you have to put negeri. Otherwise, the check cannot get through. Mr. Speaker, may I refer, Mr. Speaker, to page 4 of this bill, below the explanatory statement. It is about financial implication, and it is stated that this bill will not involve the government in extra financial expenditure. I would like to ask the GPS government, how could it be possible that this bill will not involve the government in extra financial expenditure? We all know that, and I believe our Honourable Minister will agree with me, that when this bill is passed, given that GPS has total majority in this DEWAN, and because of the title change of the Chief Minister of Sarawak to Premier of Sarawak, and the Assistant Ministers to Deputy Ministers, and given that we have 26 Assistant Ministers, all of our letterhead, name cards, website, signboard of officers, car plate of the Chief Minister, etc., we require immediate change, right? Correct, Mr. Speaker? I hope the Honorable Minister will look into this. Definitely, substantial amount of money will be spent by the state government to do the reprinting of all these items. Are you saying that after the change, you don't need to change your name card? You still maintain as Chief Minister? How about your letterhead? Oh, these have to be changed. It involves financial expenses and signboard in your departments. Jabatan Ketua Menteri change to Jabatan Premier. Then people will think that they have entered a bank. Jabatan Premier. Anyway, in addition, I can foresee there will be some courier charges to be incurred as well. Because you have to write letter or issue notice to all the relevant ministries, department, agency in Sarawak and all other states regarding the change. Regarding the change of title. These are all money involved. Unless someone already agreed to sponsor the state government. They absorb all the fees, then you say that there is no financial implications. If not, definitely money will be spent. So how could it be that this bill will not involve the government in extra financial expenditure? In the meantime, the people, and including me, will be very much interested who will be getting the printing contracts of the letterheads, name cards, and signboard at offices. And I hope that the Minister could enlighten this House on this. And for this, because we cannot have an amendment bill with which content and untrue statement that misled this August House. For this particular statement that on financial implication, I think this has to be changed. So on this, I'm afraid I'm unable to support this bill. And with that, I conclude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other members want to speak?
Pujut.
Member for Pujut.
Hello. Okay, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, thank you for giving me this chance to speak for the first time in this August House and in support of the Constitution of the State of Sarawak, Bracket Amendment Bill 2022. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, first I would like to congratulate Tan Sri Dato' Patinggi Abang Johari for leading GPS to a resounding victory in the recent PRN 12, and I also want to congratulate all the victorious Adun in this August House. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, the recent Federal Constitution Amendment has restored the rightful status of Sarawak in the Federation of Malaysia. That is, Sarawak is one of the three regions, namely Federation of Malaya, Sabah, and Sarawak, after the exit of Singapore, that formed the Federation of Malaysia. As pointed out by YB Tamin, the head of government of a region has to be styled as Premier, and head of government of a state to be styled as Chief Minister. Therefore, it is only proper for this August House to pass the proposed amendment to style the head of government of our beloved Sarawak as Premier to be in line with the recent Federal Constitution Amendment. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, to address the question that the Federal Constitution that style Chief Minister for the head of Sarawak government, and in the light of the recent Federal Constitution Amendment, it is now necessary that we have to propose a similar amendment to the Federal Constitution to change the title of Sarawak Regional Government to the rightful title of Premier instead of Chief Minister, and therefore to right a wrong that has been perpetuated since the inception of the Federation of Malaysia, and also to be in line with the spirit of MA 63. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, the opposition to the present proposed constitution by YB Padungan, YB Pengalalan, and also YB Penting are to be expected, especially from the DAP. It is the DAP DNA. If we can recall the masquerade of the two constitution amendment attempts during the PH government time, which were entirely superficial. But when the 18 GPS member of parliament abstained, they were demonized by PH as traitors to Sarawak. Now, if PH Constitution Amendment were to succeed, we would not be even in the position to have this debate today, as there would not be any standing to do so. Thankfully, the Constitution amendments as proposed and pushed by GPS were successful, and that's why we are now in a position to review the federal constitution and examine where it is not in line with the fact that Sarawak is one of the three regions that form the Federation of Malaysia, and we should therefore propose to amend both Sarawak and federal constitution wherever and whenever needed to the rightful relation between Sarawak and the Federation of Malaysia. And in the spirit of MA 63, as enshrined in the amended federal constitution in this regard. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, as Sarawakian, I share the sentiments of Sarawakians out there. The Sarawakian sentiments is one of the factors that contribute not just to 76 GPS aduns being victorious. The more glaring result is that only 2 adun from the parties that are based in Malaya will return. The road to fully restore the rightful status of Sarawak within the Federation of Malaysia will be long and challenging. The many tangible results that Sarawak GPS government, under the wise leadership of Tan Sri Dato' Patinggi Abang Johari, is for all to see. And the present proposed amendment is one of the many, many more restorations or ratifications we have to tackle. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, in conclusion, as Sarawakian, I fully support the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Bracket Amendment Bill 2022. Thank you.
I shall call upon the Honourable Minister to deliver his wind-up address.
Tan Sri Speaker, can I request for us to have a short break, and I'll deliver the winding up after the lunch.
Yang Berhormat, we have a short break. DEWAN resumes at 2:45 p.m. Now I invite the Honourable Minister to do his winding-up address.
Terima kasih, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker. Terlebih dahulu saya ingin merakamkan ucapan terima kasih di atas sokongan ahli-ahli yang berhormat terhadap usul pindaan terhadap rang undang-undang State Constitution Amendment Bill 2022, terutama sekali ahli-ahli yang berhormat bagi kawasan Dudung, Kota Sentosa, Tamin, Tupung, Daro, Batu Kitang, Mulu, Cepak, Pelagus, Bukit Asik, Telian, dan Pujut. Saya juga ingin merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada ahli-ahli yang berhormat dari Padungan, Bak Kelalan, Bawang Asan dan juga Pending kerana telah ikut serta dalam membahaskan rang undang-undang pindaan ini walaupun tidak memberi sokongan sepenuhnya terhadap usul yang dicadang pindaan dalam rang undang-undang. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I wish to respond to the issues raised up by Honourable Member for Padungan, Bak Kelalan and Bawang Asan on the justification and rationale of changing the word Chief Minister to that of Premier. To us, the spirit of the amendment is what matters most. The bigger picture behind this amendment is to emphasize and to cement the difference in status enjoyed by Sarawak as compared to the other states in the Federation of Malaya that form Malaysia. Since the formation of Malaysia, there's no clear distinction made between Sarawak and these other states to reflect this special status of Sarawak. Consequently, Sarawak has been given the same treatment as the other states, leading to erosion of Sarawak's rights, of which the GPS government is trying to recover. Well, this is not the first time, Honourable Member for Padungan, before this Kota Sentosa, as well as Honourable Member for Bak Kelalan has encountered an amendment to a law which allegedly is redundant in nature. Both of them are members of Parliament. When the first amendment was tabled to amend the federal constitution by the PH government, the GPS government members of Parliament has abstained because we are of the opinion that the amendment without the inclusion of Malaysia Agreement 1963 and its constitutional annexure is more informed and very little in substance. Honourable Member for Padungan and Bak Kelalan and their parties nevertheless wholeheartedly supported that amendment, and the GPS members, the GPS government who abstained was accused of being traitors for not seriously fighting for the rights of the state. I'm sure the people of Sarawak has realized who are the real traitors, as can be seen from the results of the last state election. By restyling the Chief Minister as Premier, the country will be reminded of the different treatment that Sarawak needs to be given as being one of the three regions that form Malaysia. This will be a strong reminder to not only the present generation of Sarawakians, but to Malaysians at large. On the issue of changing the word Chief Minister to Premier, Clause 5A of the amendment bill reads, Premier means the Chief Minister appointed under Article 6(3) of this Constitution, and any reference to the Chief Minister in any written law shall refer to the Premier. Hence, there is no issue of ambiguity as alleged or conflicting between state and federal law as had been suggested by Honourable Member of Padungan as well as Honourable Member for Bak Kelalan. And there is no necessity to amend the federal constitution as had been suggested. I would like to reaffirm that this State Constitutional Amendment Bill 2022 is timely and necessary to give effect to the recent amendment of the Federal Constitution. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, once again, I would like to thank all members of this August House for their support of this bill. Thank you.
One point of clarification, Honourable Minister, on the query I asked on the terms in Bahasa Malaysia, how premium will be, how would the government adopt, what terms will be used to, for premier? Will just be a copy of premier?
Well, there is no ambiguity down here. And as had been mentioned earlier on by the Tan Sri Speaker, a lot of words has been adopted from different languages. If we are to refer to the Chief Minister as Premier, even in the Bahasa Malaysia term, we can also use the word Premier to address our Ketua Menteri as it is now. Terima kasih.
Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, the question before the DEWAN is that the motion standing in the order paper in the name of the Honourable Minister for Tourism, Creative Industry and Performing Arts and Minister for Youth and Sports and Entrepreneur Development be referred to the Committee of the Whole House. Because this is a constitutional amendment, I need to have a show of hands. Can I have a show of hands, as many as those who agree to the agreement, to the motion? The Secretary will count. All those who do not agree with the motion, please raise their hands. Can I have the number?
Six. Disagree. 4 absent. And is it the rest? Not in the house. So, 6 minus 13.
53.
53 is it
53, yes. Hmm?
I see 53.
53 members agreed. 6 opposed, 4 absent. 10 not in the House. So there's a two-thirds majority. The motion is therefore agreed. The DEWAN shall now resume. You have to use
54.
Huh? Yeah, I got it. As you announced, 53.
54 yes.
54
6 no.
yes.
Yeah, 6 no.
But no. When at the time of voting, it's at the time of voting, unless we vote it again. Otherwise, 54 out of 82 is still less than two-thirds. Therefore, this motion cannot be carried because it's less than two-thirds. As you announced just now, it's 53. But somehow it was added one more 54. Doesn't matter, but
54.
As I do a simple calculation, 54 out of 82 is not two-thirds unless we have another re-voting. Otherwise, it will be deemed to be defeated. This motion will be deemed to be defeated.
Okay, we rest 5 minutes, we are re-voting.
But whether procedure allows for that? Because at the moment the vote is casted, it must be counted at that time. All those coming after that, cannot be counted. So, because those absent they may have different opinion from the government side, so they play absentee.
Okay. Ring the bell.
Ring the bell.
All right, we ring the bell.
I think better for us to have 5 minutes. Takut the number is not enough.
Jangan keluar lagi, Ustaz. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. 5 minutes. We ring the bell. Yeah.
If Tan Sri Pertama Speaker, if we put to the vote again, that will set a very bad precedent, I think. Indeed, vote is taken and the process is through, and I think if you were to ring the bell and have the vote taken again, I think it is not proper. It's not proper, I think.
We recount after the bell.
Is your ruling? Is your ruling?
After 5 minutes, we put it to the vote. Yeah. Okay. Those who are in support of the motion, please put your hands up. Those who are in support of the motion, please put your hands up.
Yes. Okay. 67.
Ada yang berhormat, those in favor, 67. Those who oppose, please raise your hands. Only one hand, cannot be two. One man, one vote. Six. 67 in favor, 6 oppose. The motion is therefore agreed. The DEWAN shall now resolve into the committee of the whole House to consider the bill which stands committed to the committee. The DEWAN shall now consider the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022.
Clauses 1 to 6.
The question is that clauses 1 to 6 are ordered to stand part of the bill. As many as the opponents say yes. As many as contrary opponents say no. The yes have it. Clauses 1 to 6 are ordered to stand part of the bill.
Anything clause entitled.
The DEWAN shall now resume.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, there's some grammatical error after the amendment to, if you incorporate the amendment into the principal act. That is where, in the committee stage, I would like to point out so that necessary amendment can be made. We are now talking about the constitution of the state. Therefore, I do not think that it is proper that we amend the provision, creating some grammatical error in the provision. All right, Mr. Speaker, let me refer, Mr. Speaker, to Article 6, bracket 3, bracket A, okay, which was amended by Clause 2, bracket 1, bracket C. All right, originally, Clause 6, bracket 3, bracket A, the Yang di-Pertuan Negeri shall first appoint as Chief Minister a member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri who, in his judgment, is likely to command the confidence of a majority of the members of the Dewan Undangan Negeri. Now here, I'm referring to Clause 2, bracket 1, bracket A. All right, which substitute the words as Chief Minister with the following phrase, which is a Chief Minister who shall be called the Premier from. All right, so basically after this amendment to Article 6, bracket 3, bracket A, it will read like that. It will read like that. The Yang di-Pertuan Negeri shall first appoint a Chief Minister who shall be called the Premier from member of the Dewan Undangan Negeri. The members should be in plural term, members. So it could be amended through slip rule, or the minister tabling this amendment could amend it on the spot here. Because previously it was a chief minister, as chief minister, a member of the DUN. Now it is a chief minister who shall be called premier from member. It should be members with the S. So therefore, I hope that the minister tabling this act can look into that. If it needs to be amended, please amend so that we do not be embarrassed with some grammatical error in our constitution.
Members and member bear the same meaning. We can put at the bottom adjunct. Okay, so we shall now, the Dewan shall now resume. Please. Proceed. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
I wish to report that the Constitution of the State of Sarawak, Amendment Bill 2022, has been considered by the Committee of the Whole House and agreed to without amendment.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan. Bacaan kali yang ketiga. Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022. Minister for Tourism, Creative Industry and Performing Arts. Minister for Youth, Sports and Entrepreneur Development.
Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, I beg to move that the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a third time and do pass.
Yang berhormat, the question before the DEWAN is that the Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022 be read a third time and do pass. As many of the opinions say yes. Yes. As many contrary opinions say no, the yes have it, the bill is read a third time and passed.
Constitution of the State of Sarawak Amendment Bill 2022.
Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, I had received a notice dated 14 February 2022 from the Honourable Member for Padungan on the notice of a proposed amendment under Standing Order 50/4 and Standing Order 54. I shall call upon the Honourable Member to read out his notice.
Mr. Speaker, this is my notice to propose an amendment to the Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022. Pursuant to Standing Order 50/4 and 54, notice is hereby given that I, the member of Padungan and 9, hereby propose an amendment to the Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022 in the following manner. Clause 2 of the bill be amended by inserting immediately after the word Vai in a new line the words Chinese, Indian, or any race not stated herein, and the person of which race is born in Sarawak and whose natural parents or either one of the natural parents is also born in Sarawak. There is my notice of proposed amendment to the amendment bill. Can I elaborate on the reason?
No. I give my ruling.
Pardon?
I give my ruling. This is my ruling. The notice specifically stated, quote, Chinese, Indian, quote ends. Standing Order 50/4 reads, quote, that in order to add words stating the object and motive on which the opposition to the bill is based but such words must be strictly relevant to the principles of the bill and not deal with its details. Quote ends. I repeat, quote, strictly relevant to the principles of the bill and not deal with the details. The principles of the bill are explicitly stated in the explanatory statement on the bill, which reads, and I quote, additional races considered to be indigenous to Sarawak and to include a person who is a citizen and is natural and is a natural child of a parent of a race indigenous to Sarawak and satisfies the conditions and requirements imposed by Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri for recognition of such person as a native of Sarawak. Quote ends. It specifically states natives of Sarawak. The principles are to include additional native races to the list of indigenous races in Sarawak. The notice, therefore, violates these principles by adding races which are not native and non-indigenous to Sarawak. The notice is therefore dismissed. Standing Order 54, therefore, does not arise. The honourable member can raise the issue in the course of the debate on the bill during the second reading. The notice, therefore, shall not be debated and/or there shall be no amendment or debate at committee stage. Now, I call upon the honourable member, the honourable minister, to table the bill, but the secretary shall announce it.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan Bacaan kali yang kedua. Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022, Assistant Minister in Chief Minister Department, Law MA 63 and State-Federal Relation.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker. I beg to move that the Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022 be read a second time. I proceed with my speech. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, on the 14th December 2021, Parliament passed the Constitution Amendment Bill 2021, which among others amended clauses 6 and 7 of Article 161A of the Federal Constitution. This amendment empowered the state to determine who a native of Sarawak is through the application of state law. This means the power to determine who a native is returned back to the state. For the information of this August House, the Yang di-Pertuan Agong has declared 11 February 2022 as the date this Constitution Amendment Act 2022 came into effect. Presently, the definition of native of Sarawak is determined by reference to the Federal Constitution and the Interpretation Ordinance 2005. With the amendment to the Federal Constitution, specifically Article 161A, the state is empowered to determine which race is to be regarded as indigenous to the state by the application of the state law. Thus, to give full effect to this, it is proposed that the Interpretation Ordinance 2005 be amended as follows. Firstly, a number of indigenous races were not included in the present schedule of the Interpretation Ordinance 2005. In view of this, the government is of the view that the list of races in the schedule needs to be updated. Hence, 12 additional races are included in this proposed amendment, namely Bagatan, Bakom, Bermali, Berawan, Dali, Lakiput, Jatimirek, Narum, Saaban, Tatau, Tring, and Vai. Also, under this proposed amendment, a child from a mixed marriage may be considered as a native, even if only one of his or her parents is a native, subject to the condition and requirements to be imposed by the Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri. This amendment on a child from a mixed marriage are timely and a way forward for Sarawak, where mixed marriages are common. With this amendment, a child will be considered a native as long as either parent is a native. There is no longer a requirement that both parents must be a native of Sarawak as previously required. This is an extremely significant and historic amendment, especially to the children of mixed marriages, as this amendment will resolve the serious and dire legal predicaments to many children of mixed native and non-native parents in the area of inheritance and transfer of native lands and many more other matters. This proposed amendment also includes a new Section 63 that empowers the Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri to amend the schedule in the event of any future addition to the races listed in this schedule. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, the government is aware that this amendment may be open to exploitations and abuse. And in view of this, the government through MMKN shall impose additional conditions and requirements before a person is recognized as a native of Sarawak. This is in addition to the pre-existing requirement that he or she must be a citizen and a natural-born child of a native of Sarawak. Be rest assured that although the definition of native is now broader, with the conditions and requirements imposed by Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri MMKN, the provisions in the new amendment will be safeguarded against abuse or exploitations. Apart from that, this amendment will not have any effect on any rights and privileges other than the determination of native status made or occurring prior to the date of coming into force of this ordinance, and which has been decided by a court of competent jurisdiction or by a competent authority. So this means that this amendment will not be retrospective. Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, this amendment is done principally to bring our interpretation ordinance to be in sync or in line with the recent constitutional amendment passed in Parliament. And this is also a testament to our government's willingness to update our laws in meeting with the complexities of the modern times, and at the same time, recognizing the diverse indigenous people of Sarawak, preserving our unique tradition, ancestral identity, social, cultural, indigenous character, and our ethnic origins. With that, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, I therefore call upon members of this august House to support this bill. I beg to move. Thank you.
Second.
Back to second.
Okay. I shall now call upon the honourable members of this august House to debate on the second reading of the Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022. Any members want to speak? Member for Baklalan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to take part in the debate over this Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022. The recent amendment of Article 161A(6) Clause A of the Federal Constitution to define native in Sarawak by reference to the definition of races considered indigenous by state law is a welcome move, as it eliminates the discrepancy between the former definition and the definition in the Sarawak Interpretation Ordinance. This amendment to update the list of races considered to be indigenous to Sarawak is timely and will be welcomed by all Sarawakians, especially for those from the native communities which had been excluded from the old list. I have been informed, however, that there are two names which are not included, Bukitan and Ramun, and there may be others as well. Bukitan is in the current list, but not in this amendment. Can the Minister clarify if this is because they are more appropriately belong to another grouping or because they have become extinct? I would also appreciate clarification by the Minister on how the new list of indigenous races was sustained. Mr. Speaker, a matter of paramount importance arises from the definition of native in Sarawak, and that is the status of children born of mixed marriages. The current definition includes this sentence, and I quote, "and any admixture of these races with each other," unquote. This had led to the contentious issue of whether the children born to parents of mixed marriages between a non-native person and a native Sarawak are recognized as native. Mr. Speaker, problem have arisen in recent times with the Sarawak Land and Survey Department, which has made it more difficult for children of mixed native, non-native marriages to inherit native land. And in the past, it was their practice that if the father is a native, then the children would be considered native. But that has changed now, for reasons best known to themselves and their policymakers. This has serious implications, Mr. Speaker, for native customary land claimants in Sarawak. There are other implications when these children are denied their rightful status as natives. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, there were few cases before where students were denied entry into universities because one of their parents is a non-native and was therefore considered a non-Bumiputra and was denied the Bumiputra status and benefits. I believe, as do all other natives of Sarawak, that all children of mixed marriages between natives and non-natives should be recognized as native. If this is not done, many Sarawakians would lose their native status. Eventually, there will be no natives left in Sarawak. Not only would this have a serious implication on the demographics of Sarawak, but it would have deleterious effects of our people's sense of identity, culture, and heritage. We have always prided ourselves in our mixed races with their various adat and our multiculturalism, and we must do all we can to preserve our unique characteristic. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the inclusion of a person, and I quote, a person who is a citizen and a natural-born child of a person of a race indigenous to Sarawak, and unquote, in the definition gives a clearer picture that only one of the parents needs to be of an indigenous race. For the avoidance of all doubts and ambiguity, I suggest that it be clearly spelled out that as long as one of the child's parents is of an indigenous race, the child is considered to be a native. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I would like to know from the Minister, how does one be affirmed his or her status as a native after this amendment? As I understand, in Sabah, anyone who has a native blood could get a certification or affirmation from the Ketua Anak Negeri, that is the Pengulu, or the Ketua Daerah, that's the Temenggong, to be recognized as a native. And I'm sure many who are the children of mixed marriages would like to know how they can be declared native once this amendment is passed and gazetted. I wish to register my support to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Moradong.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, for giving me the chance to participate in the debate of Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022. Before I go into the bill, I'd like to congratulate the Premier of Sarawak for leading GPS government to an overwhelming victory, and I'd like to congratulate all the members of this August House for winning their respective constituencies. The Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022 is consequential to the recent Federal Constitution amendments of Malaysia Parliament. The bill aimed to supplement the principal ordinance by providing a more comprehensive list of races that are considered to be indigenous to Sarawak, which includes a person who is a citizen and a natural-born child of a person of a race indigenous to Sarawak and satisfies the condition and requirements imposed by Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri for recognition of such a person as a native of Sarawak. The said amendment is deemed necessary after clause (6)(a) of Article 161A of the Federal Constitutions. The indigenous races of Sarawak have been amended. Now, this is a far cry from the superficial and cosmetic constitution amendments put out by PH government during their reign, which is not substantive and rightly abstained by GPS members of Parliament in 2018. And to see that the PH DAP trying to hook-wing Sarawakians into believing that GPS government as anti-restoration of Sabah and Sarawak as equal partners is just blatant lies and ill intention. Luckily, their reign is short and brief, and history has once again proved that GPS government is the true champion of defending the rights and privileges of all Sarawakians. This is evident when GPS government was returned with an overwhelming mandate during the just concluded PRN 12. And by the same token, the non-performing and non-delivery of promises of the opposition, especially the PH DAP, was rejected by the Sarawakians. This morning I saw in the newspaper honorable member for Padungan and honorable member for Pending was seen to be championing for the third generation Chinese and Indian to be included in the list of native of Sarawak. Now, I think this is a showcase on the opposition part, because you can see that the Han Chinese in China, they've been there for thousands of years. But in today's China, they are not considered as native. And in Australia, the white people has been there for over 200 years, and they are not considered as natives, even though they are third or fourth generation. So I would like to urge members of the opposition bench, don't try to get cheap publicity by going to the press at the first opportunity, but instead debate it out in the Dewan Undangan Negeri or Dewan Rakyat if you are a member of parliament. So with the above observation, I would like to give my full support to the bill. Thank you, Tan Sri Speaker.
Any members wants to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to participate in this Interpretation Amendment Ordinance 2022. I stand together with my colleague here, members from Bekalang, in support of this amendment bill. For the reasons that he has given, but just one point that I would like to seek clarification from the Menteri Muda, who is soon to be Timbalan Menteri, who's tabling this amendment bill. Here I see amongst the 31 races that were listed in this amendment bill, in the schedule, they are all to be considered indigenous, and they can only be found in Sarawak, but except the race Malay. It can be found in Sarawak as well as Semenanjung, Malaysia. I'm just seeking clarification whether the definition here would include, not intentionally, but inadvertently include a Malay from West Malaysia. And if you look at the first limb of the schedule, okay, races considered to be indigenous to Sarawak and accordingly natives within the meaning of this ordinance. The 31 races, including a Malay. All right? So a Malay under the first limb of this schedule is considered a race to be indigenous to Sarawak. So the presumption of a Malay is an indigenous race in Sarawak is there, provided in the Act. All right, now, if you look at the second limb, which provides for a qualification as stated by the Minister when she tabled the bill, is that it includes a person who is a citizen and natural born child of a person of a race indigenous to Sarawak. Now, what purports to be a qualification, a race indigenous to Sarawak? It has been, but the fact is that a Malay is already presumed in the same section to be a race indigenous in Sarawak by virtue of the first limb of this schedule. That is how I read the clause. There are two limbs to it. The qualification part is about a person of a race indigenous to Sarawak. But the first limb, first part of the schedule, the same schedule, has already presumed a Malay to be indigenous, a race indigenous to Sarawak. So by virtue, if you read the two limbs together, would it be taken as a Malay from West Malaysia? By virtue of the fact that he is a Malay, he is a race indigenous to Sarawak because of the first limb of this section. And therefore, the qualifying limb may not be so much of a qualifying section to this, to the person. So I would just urge the Honourable Minister to have a look into it, maybe to look into it in more detail, so that we don't inadvertently admit those who are not Sarawakian to be native of Sarawak. And that, at the end of the day, you may get Hadi Awang to be a native of Sarawak. All right, so, Mr. Speaker, so that is one point to note, that I would like the administration to look into that. And on the second part, on the clause 3, whereby the Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri may by notification in the Gazette amend the schedule. I believe this clause is added in so that in future there may be some race discovered which is indigenous to Sarawak and which has been overlooked in this amendment today. But in consideration, I would like to put forward what I put forward in my proposed amendment to this bill, which, Mr. Speaker, you have rejected, overruled. There is a matter of Chinese, Indian, or any race not stated herein, and the person of which race is born in Sarawak and whose parents, or either one of the parents, is also born in Sarawak. Basically, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about third generation Chinese, Indian, or any races not mentioned, not indigenous to Sarawak here. To us, I'm one of them. I'm a third generation Chinese. I'm born here, I grew up here, I live here, I will probably die here. All right. You know, most of the third generation Chinese or Indian, they are as native as anyone. And if you look at the Oxford Dictionary of native, what does it mean? Oxford Dictionary native says a person born in a specific place. Often a person of non-white, indigenous as regarded, but is it inherent? One of the determining factor or element of being a native is one's birthplace. Sarawak is my birthplace. There's no other places or other country or other places where we will call home other than Sarawak. And I still remember that our late Adinan Satem has mentioned that the Chinese in Sarawak are not pendatang. We are not pendatang. And if we are not pendatang, who are we? We are natively born in Sarawak. And what is wrong to admit Chinese is third generation or fourth generation Chinese or Indians or other races who are born in Sarawak and lived here? Right? Our loyalty, our allegiance is to Sarawak, and there's no question about that. And Mr. Speaker, just now, Yang Berhormat from Meradong has questioned my proposed amendment, and he cited the Chinese, the Han in China, and he cited the whites in Australia. These two countries, they're so far away. They have different local elements, circumstances. Why must Sarawak follow them? Number one. Number two, in these areas, in these two countries, the so-called native belongs to a very minority population, a very minority group. And if no special provision of the law to protect them, they will be extinct. They run the risk of being extinct or their culture being extinct. And that is why there are certain provisions about the native and also the protection. Here, if we look at the definition here, 70% or more of the population would be native. And only 20% or 30% would be non-natives. And why do we want to divide Sarawakian into native and non-native? This dichotomy of native, non-native, bumi, non-bumi is dividing the whole country. And Sarawak has been seen as the exemplary in racial harmony. different races living together. So that is why I moved this proposed amendment to the amendment bill, that let us come together and do away with this native, non-native criteria. And if you are worried about the NCR land or all this, the protection of NCR land, that can be dealt with under land code. There are certain provisions of the land code where government can restrict transfer of ownership of the land. Therefore, I don't know what SCPP stand is about. SCPP has been always talking about championing the Chinese right, but when it comes to the crunch time, talking about fairness, I'm not talking about extra rights for the Chinese, I'm talking about fairness. They chicken out. And you have Maradon here as a spokesman for SCPP, outrightly rejecting such a proposal that, let us all come as one, as one Sarawakian. We are not pendatang. We don't belong to any country or any place except Sarawak. And by definition, we fall strictly within the native of Sarawak, a place of birth, natively Sarawak. So I urge that the GPS government do not brush aside such a suggestion. That second, third generation, or even fourth generation, if you want to put more stringent qualification to be regarded as native of Sarawak, and let's not create arbitrarily division amongst Sarawakians. We all are bind and join in one for this land of the home view. And we hope that what happened in West Malaysia, this Bumi and non-Bumi dichotomy, will not happen in Sarawak. And it should not be institutionalized by having the division of native and non-native. Sooner or later, it will develop into a more hostile or antagonistic attitudes among the people, among the native or non-native. It's a matter of time. So this institutionalized racial discrimination should be done away with. And so with that, 2 points. All right, one, on the future development of this native, definition or inclusion of the native, and second, on the safeguard, the so-called safeguard, whether this provision will be sufficient to safeguard against West Malaysian Malay being accidentally or inadvertently qualified as a Malay, as an indigenous native person in Sarawak. And lastly, just to jog your memory, when someone born in Middle East can become a native of Sarawak, why can't the second or third generation Chinese, where my parents, my grandfather are born in Sarawak, why can't I be a native? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that observation, I support this bill.
Member for Mulu.
Thank you. Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to participate in the debate on this Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022, which is in respect of the definition of native of Sarawak or other races indigenous to Sarawak under the Interpretation Ordinance 2005, Chapter 61. This amendment is consequential to the recent
Where does it prohibit?
Now, the
Mr.
Speaker,
because when a minister table a bill, the minister table a bill on behalf of the whole cabinet. It's not a bill of the minister. So how can an assistant minister is part of it, part of the administration? But I just wonder, how can one debate on one's own bill? It just doesn't stand to logic. So normally, I think by convention, the minister, the assistant minister do not debate the bill that was presented or tabled by the minister. Then it just doesn't, unless all this standing order, all this convention is now going to be thrown into the dustbin. We can allow double voting, we can allow ministers to debate. Next, you will have a minister debating on another minister's bill. It's just ridiculous.
No. Proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. This amendment is consequential to the recent amendment to Article 161A, bracket 6, bracket 7 of the Federal Constitution. Before the amendment, there were only 20 indigenous races listed in Article 161A.7 as natives of Sarawak. And under Article 161A.6, only a person of mixed blood deriving exclusively from those natives can become a native. In other words, a person of mixed blood where only one of the parents is a native did not qualify to be a native. Of course, this has caused a lot of unhappiness among parents and children where only one of the parents is a native. The amendment to Article 161A, bracket 6 and bracket 7, essentially provide that a native of Sarawak is as provided for by the laws of Sarawak. This has a very significant implication for the state. It transferred the constitutional authority to determine who are natives of Sarawak from Parliament to our state. This is indeed part of the devolution of power to our state, which is part of GPS effort to protect and pursue our state's autonomy. The proposed amendment to the Interpretation Ordinance has two main objectives. First, to add 12 native races to the list of 20 native races initially enumerated in Article 161A, bracket 7 of the Federal Constitution, as mentioned by the Honorable Assistant Minister and member of Samariang, who has tabled this bill. It must be noted that the proposed amendment empower the Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri to add other native races not included in the schedule by way of a Gazette notification. Secondly, the intent is to recognize children of mixed marriages as natives of Sarawak, where one of the parents is a native, but this is subject to conditions and requirements imposed by the Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri to prevent any abuse of this amended provision. The current procedure for determination of native status by application to the District Native Court may still apply with some necessary modification to make the process more efficient and less time-consuming. This amendment is welcomed by children of mixed marriages who have felt deprived of their native inheritance. Many children of mixed marriages take pride and greatly value their native inheritance, custom, tradition, and ancestry, and they are accepted as natives by their own community. This amendment will address the grievances and provide an avenue for these children of mixed marriages to be recognized as natives. The necessity to define who are natives is because of the provision of Article 153 of the Federal Constitution, which confers special privileges on natives of Sarawak and Sabah. On Padungan's question about the possibility of West Malaysians, Malays being included as natives, there is no question about Malays being an indigenous race to Sarawak. West Malaysian Malays are not natives of Sarawak. As Honorable Member for Padungan may be aware, West Malaysian Malays are not entitled to buy or acquire native land in Sarawak. This shows that they are not natives of Sarawak as shown on their national identity cards. It is not the intention of this amendment to confer native status on non-Sarawakians, including Malays from West Malaysia. The amendment is consistent with the constitutional provision granting certain privileges to the natives of Sabah and Sarawak. If Padungan wish to include third-generation Chinese and Indians as natives of Sarawak, may I suggest that he first table an amendment to Article 153 of the Federal Constitution. If he is successful in doing that, then we might talk about what he is suggesting here. Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, sir, for the reasons I have explained, I support the proposed amendment to the Interpretation Ordinance and urge all members of this August House to support the amendment bill. Thank you very much.
Member for Telang Usan.
Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words. I'm not going to debate on this subject. I fully support a little bit to echo what Mulu have just mentioned, in particular to put on record the Orang Ulu community thanks to the amendment that includes 3 indigenous Sarawak, namely Saban, Lakiput, and Berawan in the new state list. For the information of some of these August House members who doesn't know the Orang Ulu community in particular, we are now grouped under an umbrella body called the Federation of Orang Ulu Association Malaysia. In short, we call it Forum. And under Forum, we have 9 founding members. And all this while, 3 of these founding members was not included in the state list, the 3 that I have just mentioned just now. And I have received a number of texts for me to say and record our thanks to the state government and of course to the federal government for this amendment that include these 3 ethnic under the Orang Ulu community to be put under the state list. Jadi thank you so much for putting up this bill. On behalf of the community again, I would like to record our thanks and appreciation, and this will definitely put rest to some uncertainty among our people who are grouped under this small group as mentioned earlier on. Thank you, Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker.
Member for Bukit Semuja.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker. Terlebih dahulu saya ingin merakamkan berbanyak terima kasih kepada Tan Sri Amar Speaker kerana memberi peluang kepada saya untuk turut serta dalam membahas rang undang-undang yang berkaitan dengan the Interpretation Amendment Act Bill 2022 ini. Terima kasih juga diucapkan kepada Menteri Muda di Jabatan Ketua Menteri, iaitu Undang-Undang MA 63 dan Hubungan Negeri Persekutuan kerana telah membawa bil ke Dewan Yang Mulia ini. Melihat kepada pindaan yang bakal dibuat seperti di Klausa 2, iaitu senarai suku kaum di negeri Sarawak yang terkandung dalam ordinan ini, terdapat 31 kesemuanya. Ada di antara terdapat kumpulan kecil ataupun subgroup dalam satu-satu suku kaum itu sendiri. Contohnya bagi kaum Bidayuh ataupun Lendayak, di mana subgrupnya seperti Seloko, Rara, Jagoy, Singgai, Biatah dan Bukar Sadong. Begitu juga dengan suku kaum Kajang dan Kenyah. Di kawasan Sirian, Baleringin, dan Simunjan. Terdapat satu suku kaum yang dinamakan Remun ataupun Iban Remun. Mereka sudah ada persatuan sendiri yang dinamakan SIRA, yaitu singkatan untuk SIARAN Iban Remun Association. Dan menurut sumber daripada persatuan tersebut, terdapat 35 buah kampung dan mempunyai lebih daripada 30,000 orang penduduk keturunan Remun ini. Di kawasan Dun Bukit Semujak contohnya, selain daripada kampung Remun itu sendiri, terdapat 7 lagi kampung adalah dari suku kaum Remun. Menurut artikel yang terdapat di Isle Borneo oleh Nur Alfifah bertarikh 27 Julai 2020 dan juga jurnal JEMA Online, Journal of Language Study, volume 19 bracket 4 November 2019, terdapat bahawa bahasa suku Remun agak berbeza daripada suku kaum Iban lain yang kita selalu dengar. Dari segi budaya dan adab resam, saya juga percaya terdapat sedikit perbezaan yang diamalkan daripada suku kaum Iban lain. Oleh itu, Dato' Ahmad Speaker, untuk memastikan semua suku kaum yang ada di negeri ini tidak tertinggal, maka adalah dicadang agar suku kaum Remun ini turut disenaraikan dalam jadual tersebut, sama ada secara sendiri ataupun dirangkumkan bersama-sama dengan suku kaum Iban ataupun Sidaya. Sebelum berundur, saya ingin merakamkan berbanyak terima kasih kepada pucuk kepimpinan Parti GPS yang telah memberi kepercayaan kepada saya untuk dicalonkan semula bagi kursi Dun Bukit Semujak untuk PRN yang lepas. Ucapan jutaan terima kasih juga kepada para pengundi di kawasan Dun Bukit Semujak ini, termasuk orang Remun, atas sokongan yang telah diberi dalam mempertahankan kursi ini. Dengan ini saya menyokong rang undang-undang ini.
Member for Tupong.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker kerana memberi laluan kepada saya untuk membahaskan Interpretation Ordinance 2002 Amendment. Jadi pertama sekali saya ingin mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi tahniah kepada Yang Berhormat Ahli daripada Semeriang kerana telah membentangkan pindaan ini. Kita sudah maklum, Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, setiap kali kita berbincang tentang sesuatu kaum, sesuatu adat ataupun sesuatu agama, ianya merupakan perkara yang begitu sensitif sekali. Dan setiap kali kita di Dewan yang mulia ini haruslah menjadi contoh untuk membincangkannya dengan cara yang terbaik. Kerana kita sudah maklum, di Sarawak kita mempunyai pelbagai kaum yang hidup dalam suasana yang harmoni. Jadi kita mendengar Yang Berhormat daripada Padungan tadi membuat aduan tentang Dewan ini tidak mengikuti standing order, tetapi beliau sendiri pada mulanya berbahas untuk memperjuangkan hak orang Cina. Itu kita alu-alukan kerana setiap daripada kita hendaklah membawa apa yang dihasratkan oleh setiap kaum yang kita wakili. But then again it escalates sehingga to a point that he even mentioned racial discrimination, menuduh bahawa rang undang ini menjurus kepada racial discrimination. Ini amat bahaya, Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Dato' Ahmad Speaker, kerana kita sepatutnya di Dewan yang mulia ini should refrain ourselves in making such accusation, especially in Sarawak, which consists of different ethnic groups. Jadi saya amat kecewa dengan Yang Berhormat daripada Padungan membawa perkara ini dalam Dewan yang mulia ini. Jadi yang seterusnya, ini adalah berdasarkan bil yang akan kita yang kita bincangkan, yang kita bahaskan sekarang ini. Kita menerima pelbagai aduan daripada masyarakat di negeri Sarawak tentang apabila seseorang itu hendak membeli tanah, membeli rumah yang berasal daripada Sarawak, salah seorang daripada ibu bapanya merupakan orang Sarawak, mereka mempunyai permasalahan untuk membeli ataupun acquire these assets. ianya akan mengambil masa kadang-kadang 6 bulan atau 7 bulan untuk mengesahkan bahawa beliau seorang native Sarawak. Jadi ini antara masalah-masalah yang ditimbulkan oleh rakyat Sarawak. Jadi it is timely dan ini menunjukkan betapa komitednya kerajaan GPS untuk mendengar luahan permasalahan rakyat, untuk mencari penyelesaian, untuk bekerja ke arah penyelesaian tersebut. Jadi saya sekali lagi ingin mengucapkan setinggi-tinggi tahniah kerana it is timely that this bill, this interpretation bill be amended kerana ianya akan banyak membantu dan menyahut seruan dan aduan daripada rakyat kita di negeri Sarawak. Itu saja Yang Berhormat Tan Sri Dato' Amar Speaker, saya mohon menyokong.
Member for Murung.
Terima kasih Tan Sri Speaker kerana memberi peluang kepada saya untuk turut serta dalam pembahasan rang Undang-Undang Perlembagaan Negeri Sarawak Pindaan 2022 bagi memindah Ordinan Tafsiran Sarawak 2005 dalam Perlembagaan Negeri Sarawak yang amat penting ini. Tan Sri Speaker, berdirinya saya di sini adalah untuk menyatakan sokongan padu saya kepada pindaan rang Undang-Undang Perlembagaan Negeri Sarawak Pindaan 2022 bagi memindahkan Ordinan Tafsiran Sarawak 2005 dalam Perlembagaan Negeri Sarawak yang telah dibentangkan oleh Yang Berhormat Bagi N7 Semariang, Menteri Muda di Jabatan Ketua Menteri, Undang-Undang, MA63 dan Hubungan Negeri Persekutuan yang begitu jelas, komprehensif dan menyeluruh tentang tujuan pindaan Ordinan Tafsiran Sarawak 2022, iaitu untuk mengiktiraf kaum atau ras yang tidak didefinisikan sebagai Bumiputera atau anak negeri dalam Perlembagaan Negeri Sarawak. Saya yakin apabila pindaan ini diluluskan nanti, ia akan membawa kabar gembira kepada anak negeri Sarawak, khasnya kaum orang Ulu yang sekian lama telah menunggu akan pindaan ini. Pindaan ini akan menyelesaikan rasa diskriminasi dan kehilangan hak asasi sebagai anak negeri bagi kaum yang tercicil dalam Ordinan Tafsiran Sarawak 2005. Pindaan ini juga akan memastikan anak hasil perkahwinan campur akan mendapat sepenuhnya hak sebagai Bumiputera atau anak negeri yang akan menyelesaikan pelbagai masalah berhubung hak asasi mereka. Tan Sri Speaker, dengan kesempatan ini saya mewakili komuniti orang Ulu untuk merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan dan ucapan terima kasih kepada Kerajaan Persekutuan melalui Menteri di Jabatan Perdana Menteri, Parlimen dan Undang-Undang yang berhormat Datuk Seri Wan Junaidi Tunku Jaafar yang telah membentang rang Undang-Undang RUU Perlembagaan Pindaan 2022 di Parlimen yang merangkumi pindaan kepada perkara 1/2, perkara 160/2 dan perkara 161A/6 dan -7 Perlembagaan Persekutuan yang telah diperkenankan oleh Seri Paduka Baginda Yang di-Pertuan Agong pada 19 Januari 2022 dan seterusnya diwartakan sebagai akta pada 25 Januari dan akta ini telah berkuat kuasa pada 11 Februari 2022. Tan Sri Speaker, pindaan kepada fasa 6 ataupun fasa 1/6 dan kurungan 7, perkara 161E Pelanggaan Persekutuan adalah memperuntukkan bahawa ras yang dikira sebagai ras asli bagi Sarawak adalah seperti yang diperuntukkan dalam undang-undang negeri, maka definisi ras asli di Sarawak adalah tidak lagi tertakluk kepada peruntukan perlembagaan persekutuan dan boleh ditentukan sepenuhnya oleh Kerajaan Negeri Sarawak melalui Perundangan Negeri Sarawak sendiri. Oleh itu, pindaan rang Undang-Undang Perlembagaan Negeri Sarawak, pindaan 22 bagi memindahkan ataupun memindah Ordinan Tafsiran Sarawak 2005 dalam Perlembagaan Negeri Sarawak amatlah tepat dan sesuai sekali pada hari ini bagi menentukan dan memastikan tafsiran yang lebih lengkap agar tiada kaum yang tercicil. Ini jelas membukti komitmen, keprihatinan, keikhlasan dan dasar inklusif Kerajaan Sarawak di bawah Gabungan Parti Sarawak GPS selaras dengan laungan kita, iaitu utamakan Sarawak, Sarawak First dan Into Sarawak. Tan Sri Speaker, selang sehari selepas upacara angkat sumpah sebagai ahli Dewan Undangan Negeri bagi negeri Sarawak, Kerajaan GPS telah melangkah sejarah pada hari ini, di mana beberapa manifesto Aku Janji GPS pada pilihan raya PRN ke-12 yang lepas telah menampakkan hasilnya, yaitu yang pertama, memastikan cadangan pindaan terhadap perkara 1/2 dan perkara 160 Perlembagaan Persekutuan dimutamatkan, khususnya dengan pindaan kepada tafsiran persekutuan, di mana Perlembagaan Persekutuan dalam Perlembagaan Persekutuan yang akan menjadi lebih jelas dan akan secara langsung mengikat Perjanjian Malaysia 1963 MA 63 dan instrumen-instrumen perlembagaan termasuk laporan jawatan kuasa antara kerajaan IGC yang dilampirkan padanya sekaligus menjadi sebahagian daripada perlembagaan persekutuan. Kedua, memastikan cadangan tafsiran anak negeri di dalam perkara 161E Perlembagaan Persekutuan dilaksanakan yang akhirnya memberi kuasa penuh kepada kerajaan negeri dalam menentukan tafsiran yang lebih lengkap bagi memastikan tiada kaum yang tercicir. Sabas dan tahniah Gabungan Parti Sarawak GPS, khasnya kepada Yang Amat Berhormat Premier Sarawak selaku pengerusi GPS di atas komitmen dan kejayaan yang amat bermakna ini bagi seluruh rakyat Sarawak. Marilah kita semua rakyat Sarawak bersatu padu tanpa mengira fahaman politik, bangsa dan agama untuk terus mendukung dan menyokong usaha ikhlas kepimpinan Yang Amat Berhormat Ketua Menteri dalam rundingan untuk mengembalikan semua hak-hak Sarawak yang terhakis di bawah Perjanjian Malaysia 63. Hak-hak dan kepentingan Sarawak sebagai sebuah wilayah yang termaktub dalam Perjanjian Malaysia 1963 dan yang terkandung dalam laporan jawatan kuasa antara kerajaan IGC perlulah dipelihara. Tan Sri Speaker, dengan hujah-hujah itu saya menyokong rang Undang-Undang Perlembagaan Negeri Sarawak pindaan 2022 bagi memindah Ordinan Tafsiran Sarawak 2005 untuk diluluskan di Dewan yang mulia ini. Demi Ibu Pertiwiku yang tercinta, utamakan Sarawak, Sarawak First
into Sarawak. God bless Sarawak. Sekian, terima kasih.
Honorable member from Olagus.
Datuk Sri Speaker, Honorable Chief Minister, this Deputy Chief Minister, Ministers, Assistant Ministers, and members of this August House. In regard to the interpretation of Amendment Bill 2022, I wish to record down some of my views for all of us to ruminate on. It is timely to amend the principal ordinance by substituting the new schedule and the rest ordinance to be indigenous, native to Sarawak within the meaning of this ordinance. I feel the 6 major groups identified in the Sarawak State Constitution is not complete, and it is imperative that we classify the indigenous people in their proper ethnic background. The 31 group, 46 if the subgroups are considered as in the proposed bill, give the identity to all in a fair and just way. Our land is blessed not only with boundless natural resources, mighty rivers, and ample land, but our true blessing is the people that inhabit this wondrous state of ours. To have so many ethnic groups living in harmony and with the ability to accept the tolerance each other's idiosyncrasies is indeed a fact that we all need to be proud of. This is the blessing that the Almighty has bestowed upon our land. To have moved on and evolved from where we are and to where we are now in no means fate, whilst we see countries with much lesser intensity fighting with their own burden. This matter only consolidates the fact that we in Sarawak, the people of Sarawak, with the GPS government of Sarawak, is indeed doing a wonderful job in maintaining the peace among the diversified citizens. This bill has been proposed in the right time and is a historic one. Why am I saying this? With the fabric of each entity being stretched due to education, intermarriage, job opportunities, rural-urban immigration, and other reasons that we have seen in the 3 decades. The people of our land are fast losing their original and native identity. To ascertain that, we will always know that our people are made up of diverse backgrounds. It is important that this amendment will help us in identifying, recognizing, and giving due care to this important entity. Now, every ethnic group that populate this land will be recognized and no one has to feel left out. The passing of this bill will help our citizens and in the future to identify their ethnicity, and when it is in the Constitution, it will solve a lot of problems related to birth documentation, government assistance, etc. People do not have to fear that their ethnicity is unknown. The fact that many intermarriage has happened among groups in welcoming fact, and it's further strengthened the melting pot that creates Sarawak demography. This recognition of ethnic group will not only allay national registration hiccup, but it will also allow each of every group consolidate the solidarity of their status. It will help each group to freely express their custom, culture, language, tradition without any trepidation. The recognition of these groups will also allay stigmas and fear among those ethnic groups that they will feel that they are also native of this land. This emotional attachment will further enhance the effort of the government to truly promote the concept of unity, diversity. All are Sarawakian. On the other hand, the proposal to recognize the children born of mixed marriage, that is, children born of parents of different indigenous group and non-native, as in Chinese, Iban, Indian, Kayan, Eurasian, Badayo, and so forth, should also be addressed rationally. By recognizing these children as native and giving them the same rights and privilege will serve to address many positive benefits to the state. Some of the benefits are as follows. Allay the fears of the parent and their children will be considered as non-native of this land. Allay the anxiety and apprehension among the newlywed about the status of their children. Increase the population of native-born children in this state, will able to take up jobs position in the state in the future. Increase the number of people in Sarawak who will not live as they feel that they are not recognized in this land. Retain valuable resources of economically productive parents who will stay and work in this state and not live for other places. Create a huge pool of local talent and productive citizens who will stay back and develop the state in the future. Stop brain drain. On the height, I hope that political parties and NGO will not use this amendment to fan the flames of racism and perfectionism. This amendment should be looked at positively and be used to unite all the people of Sarawak and engage the stakeholders to become contributing citizens of the state. We hope that this amendment will encourage more and more people who will realize that since their children are considered native, they will be eligible for state assistance, for education, business, training, etc., and will be encouraged to stay and develop local talent. Thanks, Dato' Speaker, I strongly support this amendment, and I only see that it will be a positive step in making Sarawak great. Thank you, sir.
Member who would like to speak? Member for Daro.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam sahabatku sayang. Terima kasih yang berhormat Datuk Speaker kerana telah memberi peluang kepada saya untuk terlibat sama dalam membahas rancangan undang-undang Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022 yang telah dibentangkan oleh Yang Berhormat Menteri Muda di Jabatan Ketua Menteri, Undang-Undang MBCC3 dan Hubungan Negeri Persekutuan Merangkap Adun N7 Semeriang. Datuk Speaker, pembentangan pindaan keadaan Undang-Undang Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022 ini membuktikan bahawa Kerajaan Sarawak mengambil berat mengenai isu melibatkan etnik peribumi rakyat bumi Kenyalang ini. Pindaan ini dibuat selaras dengan pindaan Rang Undang-Undang Perlembagaan Pindaan 2022 Akta E-1642 yang telah diperkenankan oleh Yang di-Pertuan Agong pada 19 Januari yang lalu dan telah sah berkuat kuasa pada 11 Februari yang lepas. Sebelum itu, izinkan saya mengucapkan sekalong tahniah kepada ahli-ahli Parlimen GPS, khususnya Menteri di Jabatan Perdana Menteri, Hal Ehwal Parlimen dan Undang-Undang, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Wan Junaidi Tengku Zafar, kerana telah lantang bersuara memperjuangkan hak Sarawak seperti yang jelas termaktub dalam perjanjian Malaysia Agreement ataupun MACC3. Kerjaan ini sudah semestinya menjadi kebanggaan kita semua rakyat Sarawak kerana ianya menjelaskan lagi kedudukan Sarawak sebagai satu daripada 3 komponen penting dalam pembentukan Malaysia. Datuk Speaker, sebelum ini penetapan dan definisi sebagai ras asli atau etnik pribumi Sarawak adalah tertaluk kepada pembentukan Perlembagaan Persekutuan di bawah artikel 161A, di mana kumpulan etnik pribumi Sarawak dikedudukan sebagai lain-lain dan tidak dinyatakan secara spesifik. Dengan kejayaan ini, kerajaan Sarawak sekarang mempunyai kuasa yang mutlak dalam menentukan sendiri senarai etnik pribumi Sarawak. Ini bermakna bahawa definisi ras asli Sarawak tidak lagi tertakluk kepada pembentukan Perlembagaan Persekutuan dan Sarawak sekarang mempunyai kuasa otonomi terhadap status keaslian anak-anak Sarawak. Pinaan terhadap rang Undang-Undang Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022 perlu dibuat kerana Sarawak merupakan negeri yang mempunyai bilangan etnik terbesar seluruh Malaysia, masing-masing dengan keunikan, budaya dan adat resam masing-masing. Namun begitu, saya ingin menegaskan bahawa ianya perlu dilaksanakan secara terperinci dan menyeluruh bagi memastikan tiada pun jatuh pun etnik pribumi yang tercicir, termasuk meneliti semua etnik pribumi yang tidak tersenarai sebelum ini dimasukkan. Ini juga untuk memastikan bahawa tiada mana-mana individu dengan matlamat untuk mengambil kesempatan atas keistimewaan ini demi kepentingan diri mereka, seperti memiliki tanah adat dan sebagainya. Turut ingin saya tegaskan di sini bahawa pengubahan rang undang-undang ini bertujuan untuk menjamin hak keistimewaan etnik pribumi Sarawak akan terus terpelihara dan tidak ada mana-mana etnik pribumi Sarawak yang akan merasa diri mereka tergugat. Ini amat jelas merupakan inisiatif kerajaan GPS di bawah kepimpinan Yang Berhormat Datuk Petinggi Tan Sri Abang Jo memperjuangkan Sarawak sebagai equal partner seperti yang termaktub dalam MACC3 dan mengukuhkan lagi kedudukan dan kedaulatan Sarawak. Datuk Speaker, dengan itu I beg to support the bill. Sekian, terima kasih.
Member for Batu Lintang.
Thank you, Dato' Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to debate on this bill, the Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022. Dato' Speaker, I would like to support this bill with the following detailed opinion on the legal development and historical perspective. Dato' Speaker, natives is variably interpreted in dictionaries and legislature, but those interpretations are made invariably relating to the first people described as indigenous to live in a place or country, and relating to or describing one's country or place of origin or birth, or one who is born in a particular country or place. The first part of this clause 2 of this bill has rightly and necessarily promulgates a new schedule which inserted additional races considered to be indigenous to Sarawak, and to include a person who is a citizen and is a natural-born child of a person of a race indigenous to Sarawak, thereby amending the schedule of the Interpretation Ordinance 2005 to express in clarity and be substantially consistent with the recent amendment to Article 161A of the Federal Constitution to protect and safeguard the special privileges, interests, and rights of the first people all the indigenous people of Sarawak. Clause 2B of this bill and the proviso are in relation to those who are not persons or descendants of a race indigenous to Sarawak, but are natives to Sarawak, natives of Sarawak, because Sarawak is a country of their origin of birth or by operation of the laws as described in Clause 2B, bracket B, of this Interpretation Amendment Ordinance 2022. By saying that we should satisfy in bracket the conditions and requirements imposed by Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri for recognition of such a person as a native of Sarawak, cross bracket, and with the express proviso that a new schedule shall not have any effect on any rights and privileges, bracket, other than the determination of native status, including relating to inheritance, acquisition, purchase, transfer, sales, or disposal of, or of other dealings in land subsisting, made or occurring prior to the date of coming into force of this ordinance, and which has been finally decided by the Court of Competent Jurisdiction or by a competent authority, close bracket, as close quote, sorry, as specified by this in this bill, means that others are qualified to be natives, though they are not of a race indigenous to Sarawak. I'm referring to the call to back and include all Sarawakian citizens who are born in Sarawak, from particularly the Chinese and Indian racial origin, as natives of Sarawak. Tuan Speaker, the word native carries the connotation of a sense of belonging to the homeland and country, patriotic love and devotion, and of equal significance, a recognition of their beings. And as we talk about more than 20% of Sarawakians being of Chinese and Indian origins, who are Sarawakians born in Sarawak, contributed and still contributing enormously for Sarawak's past, present, and the future. In fact, before the formation of Malaysia, particularly during the Brooks era, the White Rajas recognized the potentials of the Chinese contribution in nation building. They encouraged the Chinese to make Sarawak their homes through giving of squatter license and grants before 1890 to cultivate, farm, and build their homes in Sarawak. Then the added efforts culminating to the enactment of the Land Regulation Order number Roman numeral 8, 1920, which came into force as from 1st January 1923, via Sarawak Government Gazette Notification number 143 in Roman numeral 1922, dated November 16, 1922 at page 406. The enactment, this order cited as a Land Order 1920, repeal of the previous orders, and in interpretation section 2, it says, a native means a natural born subject of His Highness the Raja. So that actually includes all Sarawakians, all, it doesn't matter what race, but you are born in Sarawak at that point in time, after the 1920, when it comes into effect. So literally, this simply means that any natural born Sarawakians is a native in Sarawak, including the Chinese and the Indians. This Land Order 1920 has no similar in West Malaysia. That is a huge difference on the special privileges and rights enjoyed by the Chinese in Sarawak and Semenanjung, Malaysia. Of course, at the same or material times, the position and special rights, privileges, and interests of the indigenous natives of Sarawak are given the necessary protection and safeguards. From the 20s to the 50s, it had been recorded, and we are living and experiencing the enormous Chinese and others' contribution to Sarawak's nation building and the general well-being of all Sarawakians in the pre-Malaysia days. But of course, the Chinese has contributed, is still continuing and continue to work hard for Sarawak today. I could not find the relevant letter, order, or legislature which has repealed or annulled the native status which was accorded to the Chinese and Indian through the Land Court 1920, but it was and is clearly the provision in the Federal Constitution and the existing Sarawak Interpretation Ordinance that the Chinese and Indians are not considered as native of Sarawak. Many foreigners have been made natives and even regarded as members of the indigenous race because of the Interpretation Ordinance by operation of the laws. I would therefore humbly submit that we should consider, and I pray that we will allow all Sarawakian citizens who are born in Sarawak, from particularly the Chinese and Indian racial origins, as natives of Sarawak. I agree totally with the Honourable Member, the Assistant Minister, who says that our Constitution is a living thing that can change all the time. So I hope we will go for the better, that we will be encompassing to include all the races in Sarawak. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Maluan.
Thank you, Honourable Dato' Ahmad Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very momentous and historical day of the DEWAN, where the interpretation Bill 2022 is before this August House. More specifically, the amendment in definition of who is a native of Sarawak. A new day has dawned on Sarawak, where the very word native of Sarawak is no longer a source of psychological trauma, confusion, has to many Sarawakians of mixed marriage between native and non-native individuals, their offspring and their extended families. Thanks to our Right Honourable Chief Minister, who not only heard the very hearts of the people, but also had the courage and vision to embark this epic journey to amend the definition of a native of Sarawak, starting with obtaining 2/3 majority votes in Parliament. Now the Constitution of Sarawak and the Interpretation Ordinance, which are both before this August House for amendment. I also take this opportunity to thank all who have worked tirelessly on this amendment, including members of this August House, the Attorney General Chambers, and civil society at large, who have made the amendment possible. For too long, children born of marriage between native and non-native have not been quite sure of their identity, feel like they were living lives, believing themselves to be of the same ethnicity as their father, as in the social convention and norm of the society, only to be told otherwise by law. For example, children born of Sarawak, Malays and West Malaysia couple, or of an Iban and Chinese couple, or of a Klabit and Indian couple, and the list goes on. Imagine the trauma that such family had to go through, the nightmare of not being able to pass down their native land or its native customary right lands to their children. All the psychology effects, missed opportunity of furthering these studies in certain institutions such as MARA, or at being told they do not qualify for certain scholarship because they are not native by law. Sarawak has always been a land where people of all ethnicity have lived together harmoniously, where intermarriage has been widely practiced and accepted between us, where people of the fifth and ethnicity live under one roof. Through the amendment of Article 161A of the Federal Constitution, and now the Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022, this beloved state of Sarawak is truly showing its people and the world that we not only practice acceptance, inclusiveness, tolerance, we dare to pin it down black and white in our law. This amendment to the interpretation of the ordinance, this ambiguity is no more. Thanks to the GPS government led by our Right Honorable Chief Minister. This is the Sarawak that we dream of. We are living the dream. With this, I support the bill.
Is there any member who would like to participate in this debate? Would like to speak? No. In that case, I shall call the Honorable Assistant Minister and the Chief Minister's Department, the de facto Law Minister, MA 63 and State-Federal Relation to wind up.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Mariam.
Datuk Speaker. Datuk Speaker, I wish to express my appreciation and thanks to all ahli-ahli yang berhormat who has participated in this debate in support of this Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022. I would like to specifically thank ahli yang berhormat from Bak Kelalan, Meradong, Padungan, Mulu, Telang Usan, Bukit Semuja, Tupong, Murun, Pelagus, Daro, Batu Lintang, and Meluan. Thank you for all your suggestions, ideas, and recommendations expressed during the debate, and rest assured, all these recommendations, ideas, and suggestions will be considered and will be helpful to the government in the implementation of this amended law. Rest assured of that. Datuk Speaker, I would like to respond to the issue raised by Honourable Member during the debate. I would like to reply to Bak Kelalan. I would like to reply to the question raised by Honourable Member for Bak Kelalan and also Bukit Semuja on the issue of some races not appearing in the list and on the process to be affirmed as a native after this amendment. For the first question, as I have stated in my speech, this amendment also includes a new provision, namely Section 63, which empowers the Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri to amend the schedule considering the fluidity of this subject matter. MMKN can actually amend and add to the schedule. Yeah? We know that this subject matter is very fluid, and maybe some of the natives are left out of this list. So hence, once this bill has been passed, MMKN shall have the power to amend the list under the schedule in the future whenever necessary. For the question of the process, for the second question by Bak Kelalan, yeah, the process, conditions and requirement would be decided by MMKN once the bill has been passed. So we need to pass this bill today first. And I think for the reply to YB Padungan, it has been answered by Mulu actually. Yeah. So on the issue of whether this new definition inadvertently include Malay from West Malaysia, I think there's no issue. The definition of native is clearly confined to indigenous to Sarawak that there should be no issue of inclusion of Malay from West Malaysia or from any other places in the country. So this is very clear in our definition. Yeah? I think, so Datuk Speaker, I would like to reaffirm once again that this interpretation amendment bill is timely and necessary to give effect to the recent amendment to the Federal Constitution. Datuk Speaker, once again, I would like to thank all members of this August House for their support. Thank you.
Now, the question is before the DEWAN is that the motion standing in the order paper in the name of Honorable Assistant Minister in the Chief Minister's Department for Law, MA Secretary and the State-Federal Relation be referred to the Committee of the Whole House. As many as are of the opinion, say yes. Yes. As many as are of the contrary opinion, say no. The yes have it. The motion is agreed. The DEWAN will now resolve to the Committee of the Whole House to consider the bill which stands committed to the committee. The DEWAN will now consider the Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022.
Clauses 1, 2, 3.
The question is that clauses 1, 2, 3 are ordered to stand part of the bill. As many as are of the opinions say yes. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. The yes have it. Clauses 1 to 3 are ordered to stand part of the bill.
Schedule.
The question is that the schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. As many as are of the opinion say yes. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. The yes have it. The schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Enacting clause and schedule.
The DEWAN shall now resume.
Rang Undang-Undang Kerajaan, bacaan kali yang ketiga. Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022, Assistant Minister in Chief Minister Department, Law, MA 63, and State-Federal Relation.
I wish to report that the Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022 has been considered by the Committee of the Whole House and agreed to without amendment.
The question before the DEWAN is that the Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022 be read a third time and do pass. As many as are of the opinion say yes. As many as are of the contrary opinion say no. The yes have it. The bill is read the third time and pass.
Interpretation Amendment Bill 2022.
Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, sebelum menangguhkan sidang DEWAN, saya bagi pihak DEWAN yang mulia ini ingin mengucapkan, I think I got it wrong.
Betul.
Betul. Mengucapkan selamat menyambut Cap Gourmet kepada semua yang meraihkan hari ini. Ahli-ahli yang berhormat, the sitting is now adjourned and the House shall resume its sitting at 9 a.m. tomorrow.